Hey there, story lovers. This is God of Howard, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry bought an underground bunker in London and trained in dark arts to protect himself from Dumbledore? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Dead Man's Letters. The house at number 12, Grimmauld Place smelled like grief. Not metaphorically. Harry had learned over the past week that magical houses absorbed the emotions of their inhabitants, soaked them up like old wallpaper soaking up cigarette smoke. And Grimmauld Place, already steeped in decades of the Black family's paranoia and rage, had taken Harry's grief and turned it into something almost physical, a thickness in the air, a weight on the skin, a faint smell like wet stone and copper. Creature loved it. The miserable little elf had been practically dancing through the hallways, feeding on the misery like it was treacle tart. Harry sat on the floor of Sirius's bedroom, his bedroom now, he supposed, though the thought made his stomach lurch, with his back against the bed and a bottle of Ogden's old fire whiskey between his knees. He'd found it in the kitchen. He'd drunk about a quarter of it over the past 2 hours and felt nothing except a slight warmth behind his eyes, which might have been the alcohol or might have been tears he was too exhausted to actually shed. It was 3 a.m. July 9th. He'd been at Grimmauld Place for 5 days, extracted from the Dursleys by a grim-faced Moody and a Tonks who couldn't seem to look him in the eye. Dumbledore had arranged it, of course. Dumbledore arranged everything. Go to Grimmauld Place, Harry. Grieve in a controlled environment, Harry. Stay where we can watch you, Harry. He took another swig of fire whiskey. It burned going down and he welcomed it, the first real sensation he'd felt since watching Sirius fall through that bloody veil. The house creaked around him. Somewhere downstairs, a portrait muttered in its sleep. Harry let his head fall back against the mattress and stared at the ceiling. Sirius had stuck Gryffindor banners up there when he was a teenager, permanent sticking charms that his mother had never been able to remove. The crimson and gold looked wrong now. Faded and pointless, like everything else. He should sleep. He knew he should sleep. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw Sirius's face, that look of surprise, almost comical, just before the veil took him. And then he saw Dumbledore's face in the office afterward, calm and measured, finally deigning to explain the prophecy that had governed Harry's entire life. Neither can live while the other survives. You could have told me years ago, Harry said to the empty room. His voice sounded strange, rough and too loud in the silence. You could have told me when I was 11 and walked into that bloody school asking nothing from anyone except to not sleep in a cupboard anymore. No one answered. That was the thing about dead people, they were remarkably unhelpful in conversation. He drank again and let the bottle rest against his knee. His eyes drifted across the room, cataloguing the remnants of Sirius's teenage rebellion. Muggle motorcycle posters. A photograph of 4 boys laughing, pinned to the wall. Harry couldn't look at that one for long. A bookshelf stuffed with what appeared to be a mix of defense texts, motorcycle manuals, and what were almost certainly dirty magazines hidden behind false covers. And in the corner, half hidden behind a wardrobe that had been shoved against the wall at some point, a door. Harry blinked at it. He'd been in this room several times. Last summer, during his stay at Grimmauld Place, he'd slept 2 doors down. He'd passed this room, poked his head in once or twice. He'd never noticed a door in that corner. He set the fire whiskey down and got to his feet, swaying only slightly. The door was small, shorter than a normal door by about a foot, and narrow, the kind of thing you'd expect to lead to a closet or a utility space. But it had a handle made of tarnished silver shaped like a coiled serpent, and when Harry reached for it, he felt the unmistakable tingle of ward magic against his fingertips. The wards pushed back. Not aggressively, more like a question. Who are you? Do you belong here? Harry wrapped his hand around the serpent handle. I'm Harry Potter, he said, feeling slightly foolish talking to a door. Sirius Black was my godfather. He left me this house. The wards pulsed once, twice, and then dissolved like sugar in hot water. The door swung inward. Beyond it was a staircase, narrow and spiraling downward, lit by ghostly blue flames that guttered to life as the door opened. The air that wafted up was cool and dry, tinged with the smell of old parchment and something sharper underneath, ink, maybe. Or magic itself. Harry drew his wand and descended. The staircase went down further than it had any right to, given the architecture of the house. 2 floors at least, maybe 3. The blue flames followed him, extinguishing behind and igniting ahead, so he was always moving in a small bubble of cold light. At the bottom was a room. It wasn't large, maybe 15 feet square, but every inch of wall space was covered in shelves, and every shelf was packed with books, scrolls, and what appeared to be bundles of letters tied with black ribbon. A desk sat in the center, heavy oak, its surface scarred with knife marks and stained with ancient ink. A chair that looked like it hadn't been sat in for 20 years. This was not Sirius's room. The magic here was older, heavier, layered with decades of secrecy. This was a black family study, one of the hidden ones, the kind that pureblood families maintained for knowledge too dangerous or too valuable for normal shelves. Harry moved to the nearest bookshelf and ran his fingers along the spines. Magic's most terrible. The invisible art, shadow manipulation for the dedicated practitioner. Blood and Bone, a treatise on sacrificial ward theory. The Unforgivable Compendium, a history, not an instruction manual. Someone had crossed out the subtitle and written, "It's absolutely an instruction manual," in the margin. Dark arts. All of it. A month ago, Harry would have recoiled. A week ago, even. Dumbledore's voice lived in his head, avuncular, patient, gently steering. The dark arts are a dangerous path, Harry. They corrupt. They consume. But Dumbledore's voice had lost some of its authority recently. Specifically, it had lost its authority at approximately the moment Sirius Black had fallen through a veil that Dumbledore's precious order hadn't been able to prevent him from reaching, in a battle that Dumbledore's precious secrecy had made inevitable. Harry turned away from the books and approached the desk. It was covered in a thin layer of dust, but beneath the dust, he could see papers, and one bundle of letters, set apart from the others, wrapped not in black ribbon but in a length of what appeared to be spelled cord that shimmered faintly gold. He picked them up. The cord resisted for a moment, then loosened. The top letter was addressed in a handwriting Harry didn't recognize, elegant, controlled, with the kind of precise letterforms that suggested someone who thought very carefully before putting quill to parchment. He turned it over. The seal on the back was a phoenix. Harry's hands went still. He knew that seal. He'd seen it on Dumbledore's desk, pressed into the wax of official Hogwarts correspondence, stamped onto the bottom of notices sent to the Order of the Phoenix. What was a letter bearing Dumbledore's personal seal doing in a hidden black family study? He broke the wax and unfolded the parchment. "Sirius, I understand your frustration, and I assure you it does not fall on deaf ears. However, I must ask you again to trust my judgment in this matter. Harry's placement with the Dursleys is not merely a question of blood wards, as I have explained to you, but a necessary element of a larger design that I am not yet at liberty to fully disclose. You ask why Harry cannot live with you. You ask why I did not press harder for your trial. I understand how these questions must torment you, and I am sorry for that. But I must think in terms of the greater picture, and in that picture, Harry must grow up outside the wizarding world, humble and unaware of his fame, malleable in ways that will be essential later. I use that word knowing it will anger you. I use it because I owe you honesty, at least in part. Harry must be shaped, Sirius. Not broken, never that. But shaped. The prophecy demands a certain kind of person, and that person is not forged in comfort and adoration. Please do not do anything rash. I will explain more when the time is right. Always, Albus. Harry read it twice. Then a third time. Malleable. Shaped. The letter was dated November 1981. 2 weeks after his parents died. 2 weeks after Sirius was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. Dumbledore had written this while Sirius was already rotting in that place. Written it calmly, rationally, using words like malleable about a 15-month-old orphan. Harry set the letter down very carefully. His hands were shaking, and the fire whiskey warmth had turned to ice in his stomach. He picked up the next letter. And the next. And the next. He read for 2 hours. The blue flames burned steadily, indifferent to the destruction happening inside his chest. The letters weren't all from Dumbledore to Sirius. Some were copies of correspondence between Dumbledore and others, apparently intercepted or duplicated by Black family magic. There were letters to Snape, letters to Moody, letters to people Harry didn't recognize. And through them, a picture emerged with the slow, sickening clarity of a photograph developing in acid. Dumbledore had known about the Horcrux. Not suspected. Not theorized. Known. Since the night Voldemort's curse rebounded, since the moment the scar appeared on a baby's forehead, Dumbledore had understood what it meant. A fragment of Voldemort's soul, embedded in Harry Potter's skin. A letter to Snape, dated 1993, after the business with the Chamber of Secrets, the boy's connection to Riddle's artifacts confirms my hypothesis. The scar is not merely a wound, it is a vessel. This complicates matters considerably, but does not change the fundamental calculus. For Riddle to be destroyed, every anchor must be severed. Every single one. I trust you understand the implication without my needing to spell it out. The boy must die, Severus. At the right time, in the right way. Not today, not tomorrow. But eventually, inevitably, the boy must die. A letter to Snape, dated 1995, after the Triwizard Tournament, Riddle's return accelerates the timeline but does not alter it. Harry performed admirably, more admirably than I anticipated, if I am honest. His survival instinct is extraordinary. This is, paradoxically, both a gift and a complication. He will not go gently when the time comes. He will need to be guided there, step by careful step, with the belief that it is his own choice. A willing sacrifice carries more weight, both magically and, I confess, for my own conscience. Continue your work with Riddle's followers. Continue your treatment of the boy, your hostility, while personally motivated, serves a useful purpose. It keeps him from becoming too comfortable at Hogwarts, too attached. He must always feel slightly apart. Slightly alone. A boy with deep roots does not walk willingly into death. Harry put the letter down and vomited onto the stone floor. He stayed on his hands and knees for a long moment, breathing hard, the taste of fire whiskey and bile burning his throat. The blue flames flickered, casting strange shadows across the parchment-covered desk. A boy with deep roots does not walk willingly into death. Every miserable year at the Dursleys. Every moment of cruelty, every night in the cupboard, every time he'd been starved or mocked or made to feel worthless, Dumbledore had wanted that. Not just tolerated it. Not just deemed it a necessary evil for the blood wards. He'd cultivated it. He'd needed Harry to be lonely, to be hungry for love, to be so desperate for belonging that he would walk into a death sentence and call it noble. Snape's cruelty, not just a bitter man's grudge, but a deliberate tool. Keep the boy isolated. Keep him off balance. Make sure he never felt truly safe, truly home, because a boy with deep roots wouldn't sacrifice himself. Harry wiped his mouth and sat back on his heels. His wand was in his hand, though he didn't remember drawing it, and the tip was glowing a dull, angry red. He reached for the next bundle. These were different, not letters but notes, written in what Harry recognized after a moment as Sirius's handwriting. Quick, slashing strokes, the penmanship of a man writing in fury. He knows about the soul piece. He's known since the beginning. He told Snape, before he told me. The plan is to raise Harry like a lamb for slaughter. I'll kill him. I swear to God I'll kill the old man myself. Tried to confront him. He used legitimacy on me, I felt it, the old bastard, poking around in my head like he had every right. He knows I know. He told me that if I interfered with what must be done, he would ensure I never saw Harry again. He has the Wisengamot in his pocket. He has the ministry. What can I do? What can I do? Remus doesn't believe me. Showed him the letters and he made excuses. Albus must have a plan, Sirius. Albus wouldn't what? Wouldn't sacrifice a child. He already did it once. He left Harry with those people knowing exactly what they were. Remus can't see it. He's too grateful, too dependent. Dumbledore gave him Hogwarts when no one else would, and Remus will never look past that debt. I'm hiding the letters here. If something happens to me, maybe Harry will find them. Maybe someone will. I won't let the old man bury this. I won't. The last note was undated but the ink was darker, fresher. Written recently, maybe even in the last year. I can't get Harry alone long enough to tell him. The Order is always watching. Dumbledore has Molly practically chaining the boy to the house. If I try to tell him directly, Dumbledore will know. He has spies everywhere, Snape reporting back, and I think Moody might be compromised too, though I'm not sure if the old Auror knows it. I've been trying to find another way. The soul piece, there must be a way to remove it without killing the boy. The Black Family Library has references. Shadow extraction. Blood-anchored dissolution. Things the old man would never research because they're dark and because he's already comfortable with his solution. If you're reading this, Harry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you face to face. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you the way James asked me to. But now you know. Don't trust Dumbledore. Don't trust the Order. Trust yourself. And for the love of God, don't walk willingly into anything. Sirius Harry sat on the cold stone floor of the hidden study, surrounded by the dead man's letters, and felt something shift inside him. Not break, he'd done enough breaking over the past week, enough crying and raging and staring at walls. This was different. This was something settling into place, some final piece of a puzzle he hadn't known he was solving. The grief didn't leave. It wouldn't, not for a long time. But it made room for something else, something cold and clear and very, very steady. He gathered every letter, every note, every scrap of parchment on the desk. He found a moleskin pouch in one of the desk drawers, standard Black Family paranoia kit, and loaded it all inside. The pouch shrank to accommodate the contents, then shrank further until it was the size of a coin. He put it in his pocket. Then he looked at the bookshelves. Dark arts. Forbidden knowledge. The kind of magic that Dumbledore had spent a century convincing the wizarding world was inherently evil, inherently corrupting, too dangerous for anyone except himself to understand. The kind of magic that could extract a soul fragment from a living host. Harry began pulling books from the shelves. The sun was coming up by the time he emerged from the hidden study, arms full of shrunken texts, mind full of terrible knowledge that hadn't yet found shape but was already growing roots. He climbed the narrow staircase and stepped back into Sirius's bedroom, where the Gryffindor banners caught the first gray light of dawn. He dumped the books onto the bed and stood there for a moment, swaying slightly, thinking. The Order would come to check on him today. They always did. Someone would knock on the door, poke their head in, make sure Harry was eating and sleeping and grieving in the proper, manageable ways. Molly would try to feed him. Remus would try to talk. Moody would stand in the corner and watch with that bloody magical eye. And behind all of it, Dumbledore would be pulling strings. Adjusting the plan. Making sure his weapon stayed on course. Harry looked at his reflection in the tarnished mirror above Sirius's dresser. He looked terrible, pale, thin, dark circles under his eyes, hair even more disastrous than usual. He looked like a boy who'd lost everything. Dumbledore was counting on that. Counting on the grief making Harry more dependent, more desperate for guidance, more willing to follow the kind old headmaster wherever he led. Not anymore, Harry said to his reflection. He moved fast after that. Whatever else the letters had taken from him, they'd burned away the paralysis of the past week, replacing it with purpose, cold, focused, and furious. First, money. Sirius's will had been read 3 days ago, a quiet affair handled by goblin solicitors who cared nothing for wizarding politics. Everything went to Harry, the house, the vault, the title of head of the noble and most ancient house of Black. The vault alone contained enough gold to fund a small war, accumulated over centuries of a family that hoarded wealth the way dragons hoarded grudges. Harry wrote a letter to Gringotts, authorizing himself full access to the Black family vault and requesting a meeting with a goblin financial advisor. He used the formal language he'd found in one of the books downstairs. The goblins respected the old forms, and Harry needed their respect more than their friendliness. Second, location. He needed somewhere to go. Somewhere Dumbledore couldn't find him, couldn't track him, couldn't casually walk through the door with those twinkling eyes and that gentle voice and steer Harry back into the slaughterhouse. Grimmauld Place was out. It was under Fidelius, but Dumbledore was the secret keeper. The man could walk in any time he pleased. Hogwarts was obviously out. The Burrow was Dumbledore territory. Every safe house he knew was order-controlled. He needed somewhere new. Somewhere that had never been connected to him, to the Order, to anyone Dumbledore would think to check. Harry sat on the bed and thought. And as he thought, a memory surfaced, a conversation with Mr. Weasley last summer, about the peculiarities of magical real estate. The wizarding world had properties hidden all over Muggle London, tucked into spaces that Muggles couldn't perceive, maintained by goblin-brokered contracts that predated the Ministry itself. The goblins sell more than gold, Mr. Weasley had said, with the fascinated tone he used for anything that blurred the line between magical and Muggle worlds. They broker property, businesses, even identities if you've got enough coin. It's all technically legal, mind you, just not the sort of thing the Ministry likes to advertise. Goblin-brokered property. Off the Ministry's records. Off Dumbledore's radar. Harry added a second request to his Gringotts letter. He wanted to speak with someone about purchasing property. Something secure. Something hidden. Something underground. He sent the letter with a house elf snap, another trick from the Black family books. Creature appeared with a crack, looking disgusted at being summoned, but the magic of ownership compelled him. Harry gave him the letter, instructed him to deliver it directly to the head goblin's office at Gringotts, and to speak to no one else. Creature vanished with a pop of malicious obedience. Third, and this was the part that made Harry's pulse quicken, he needed to leave without being detected. The Order had watchers on the house. Not constant, but regular. Moody's shifts were the most dangerous because of the magical eye, but even Mundungus Fletcher's lazy patrols meant someone was usually within visual range of the front door. Harry went to the Black family library, the normal one, not the hidden study, and found what he was looking for in under 10 minutes. The Blacks had been sneaking out of this house undetected for generations. There was a tunnel in the basement that connected to the London sewer system, warded against detection, with an exit point 3 blocks away on the other side of a Muggle dry cleaners. There was a notice me not charm built into the back garden wall that would render anyone passing through it invisible to magical surveillance for approximately 30 seconds. There was even a set of emergency port keys hidden in a hollowed-out section of the kitchen wall, each one pre-programmed to a different Black family safe house across Europe. Harry chose the tunnel. Less elegant, more reliable. But first, he needed to sleep. He needed to eat. He needed to be sharp for what was coming, and right now he was running on fire whiskey and fury, which was a potent fuel but a short-burning one. He set his wand alarm for noon, pulled the curtains shut, and lay down on Sirius's bed. The sheet still smelled faintly of his godfather, tobacco and leather and something warm underneath, something that was just Sirius. Harry pressed his face into the pillow and slept. He dreamed of the veil. He always dreamed of the veil. But this time, Sirius didn't fall through it, he stood in front of it, hands in his pockets, grinning that reckless black grin. "Took you long enough to find the study," Dream Sirius said. You could have just told me, Harry said. Couldn't. Old man had ears everywhere. Sirius shrugged, the way he always did when he was glossing over something painful. But you found it. That's what matters. What are you going to do now? I'm going to learn everything he doesn't want me to know. And then I'm going to survive out of pure spite. Sirius laughed. That's my godson. He paused, and the dream flickered. Don't lose yourself in it, all right? The dark arts are tools, Harry, not friends. They'll do what you tell them, but they'll also tell you what you want to hear if you let them. I'll be careful. No, you won't. You're a Potter. But maybe you'll be smart about it, and that's close enough. The dream dissolved. Harry slept on. He woke at noon sharp, wand buzzing against his palm. For one disoriented moment, he didn't know where he was or why his chest felt like someone had scooped out his insides and packed them with broken glass. Then memory returned, and with it, purpose. He showered. He ate, mechanically, without tasting, but he ate, because Sirius had once told him that skipping meals was a form of slow surrender, and Harry was done surrendering. He dressed in Muggle clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, boots that would be practical for climbing through tunnels. He packed everything he needed into a magically expanded rucksack, the shrunken books, the moleskin pouch of letters, his invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, useless outside Hogwarts but too precious to leave behind, his photo album, and every galleon he could find loose in the house. He was in the kitchen, forcing down a sandwich, when the flue flared green and Molly Weasley's head appeared in the flames. Harry, dear. Just checking in. How are you feeling today? Harry swallowed his mouthful and made his face do something he hoped looked like grateful exhaustion. All right, Mrs. Weasley. Just tired. Of course you are, love. Perfectly natural. I'll be round this evening with some shepherd's pie. You need feeding up, your skin and bones. You don't need to do that. Nonsense. Oh, and Dumbledore wanted me to let you know he'll be stopping by tomorrow morning. Just a visit, nothing to worry about. He wants to discuss your summer arrangements. I'll bet he does, Harry thought. Aloud, he said, sure. That sounds fine. Molly smiled, warm and maternal and completely oblivious. That's good, dear. We all love you, you know that. Sirius would want you to lean on the people who care about you. The name hit Harry like a fist, but he kept his face steady. I know. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. She withdrew. The flames died. Tomorrow morning. Dumbledore would be here tomorrow morning to check on his investment. To make sure the weapon was grieving properly, tenderizing nicely for the eventual slaughter. Harry finished his sandwich, washed the plate, and went to the basement. The tunnel entrance was behind a wine rack that swung outward on hidden hinges when Harry pressed a specific stone in the wall. Beyond it, the air was cool and damp, and the tunnel stretched into darkness, stone-lined and wide enough for two people to walk abreast. Blue flames, the same kind as in the hidden study, ignited along the walls as Harry stepped inside. He pulled the wine rack shut behind him, heard it click into place, and started walking. The tunnel was longer than he expected. It ran in a straight line for what felt like a quarter mile, then angled sharply right and descended a steep set of steps. Harry could hear the distant rumble of London above him, traffic, the underground railway, the pulse of a city going about its business with no idea that a 15-year-old wizard was walking beneath its streets towards something that felt like the first free choice of his life. The exit was a rusted iron door set into a brick wall. It opened onto a narrow alley behind a row of shops, two of which were closed and one of which was, indeed, a dry cleaner's. Harry emerged blinking into overcast London daylight, checked his surroundings, and started walking. Gringotts. He needed to get to Gringotts. The Leaky Cauldron was a 20-minute walk. Harry kept his head down, his fringe covering his scar, and moved through the Muggle crowds with the ease of someone who'd grown up invisible. People flowed around him without noticing, just another thin, dark-haired teenager in clothes a size too large. He reached the leaky cauldron and slipped inside. The pub was half empty in the early afternoon, occupied by the usual collection of day drinkers and travelers. Tom the barman raised a hand in greeting but didn't comment. Harry's fame was useful sometimes, granting him a certain don't bother the celebrity immunity that he'd always resented but now appreciated. Through the pub, through the brick archway, and into Diagon Alley. Harry walked fast, purposeful, weaving through clusters of shoppers. A few people recognized him, he could see the double takes, the whispered is that, but no one stopped him. The Daily Prophet had been running sympathetic pieces about the boy who grieved, and people seemed inclined to give him space. Good. He needed space. Gringotts rose at the end of the alley, white marble and bronze doors, goblins flanking the entrance with expressions of professional contempt. Harry climbed the steps and pushed through the doors. The main hall was cavernous and cool, filled with the scratch of quills and the clink of coins. Harry bypassed the teller lines and walked directly to the nearest available goblin, a sharp-featured creature with silver-framed spectacles and an ink stain on one long finger. "I need to speak with whoever handles property acquisitions," Harry said. "And I need to access the Black family vault. I sent a letter this morning." The goblin looked up. His eyes flicked to Harry's scar, then to Harry's face, and something shifted in his expression, not warmth, exactly, but a kind of professional interest. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, your letter was received. Somewhat unusual, the method of delivery, we don't often receive correspondence via hostile house elf. But your requests have been noted." He gestured to a hallway off the main floor. "Griphook will handle your vault access. For property matters, you'll want Ragnarok. He's our acquisition specialist." "Both, please. Ragnarok first." The goblin's thin lips twitched. Goblins appreciated directness and showed disdain for anything resembling hesitation. "Follow me." He led Harry through a series of corridors that grew progressively more ornate, rough stone giving way to polished granite, then to walls inlaid with precious metals in geometric patterns that hurt the eyes if you looked at them too long. They stopped at a heavy bronze door, and the goblin knocked twice. "Enter." The office beyond was surprisingly modern. A wide desk, clean surfaces, magical screens showing what appeared to be property listings scrolling in gobbledygook. Behind the desk sat a goblin who was larger than most Harry had seen, broad-shouldered, with a close-cropped beard and eyes like polished onyx. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said, without getting up. "Sit." Harry sat. "Your letter was intriguing. You want to purchase property. Something secure, hidden, and underground, I believe were your exact words." Ragnarok steepled his fingers. "The Black family vault gives you considerable purchasing power. The question is what, specifically, you need." "I need a space that's completely undetectable. Off ministry records, off Hogwarts tracking, off everything. Something warded to the teeth, or something I can ward to the teeth. Underground. London, preferably. Undetectable by whom? Everyone. But specifically, Albus Dumbledore." Ragnarok's eyebrows rose half an inch, a dramatic display of emotion by goblin standards. "That is a significant specification. Dumbledore has resources that most wizards can only dream of." "I know. That's why I'm talking to goblins instead of wizards." Something like a smile crossed Ragnarok's face. "The boy has teeth. Good. Let me show you something." He turned to one of the magical screens and tapped it with a long finger. An image materialized, a cross-section diagram of London, showing layers of tunnels and chambers beneath the city. "London is a layered city, Mr. Potter. The Muggles know about some of the layers, the underground railway, the sewer system, the Roman ruins. What they don't know about are the magical layers. Beneath London, there are spaces, vaults, chambers, entire complexes, that were built centuries ago by wizarding architects and then lost, abandoned, or hidden. We broker access to many of them. He tapped the screen again, and a specific location highlighted in gold. This is a maintenance complex beneath King's Cross Station. Originally built in the 1860s when the Muggle Railway was being constructed, it was secretly expanded by a wizarding engineer named Aldrich Blackwood, who was involved in the project. He created a secondary complex, approximately 3,000 square feet of usable space, hidden 40 feet below the existing maintenance tunnels. It's accessible through a concealed entrance on Platform 9, approximately 200 feet from Platform 9 3/4. Harry leaned forward. 200 feet from the Hogwarts Express platform? Indeed. Poetic, isn't it? Ragnar's smile showed pointed teeth. The complex has been vacant for approximately 40 years. The last owner was a wizard named Caractacus Burke, yes, of Borgin and Berks, who used it for storage of, shall we say, legally ambiguous artifacts. When Burke died, the property reverted to Gringotts as per the terms of his goblin-brokered lease. What kind of space are we talking about? Ragnar pulled up a floor plan. 7 rooms. 2 large, approximately 800 square feet each. 5 smaller, suitable for sleeping quarters, storage, or workshops. The complex has existing ward anchors. Burke was paranoid, and he sank significant gold into the infrastructure. Water and sanitation are handled by room-based systems that tap into the Muggle water mains without detection. Air circulation is magical, self-sustaining. The whole thing sits inside a Muggle-blind zone. The engineering is such that no Muggle instrument, survey, or construction project would ever detect it. And wizards? The ward anchors, as I said, are significant. With proper investment, you could make this space unplottable, Fidelius protected, and shielded against every known form of magical detection including, and I emphasize this, including the tracking methods preferred by the Hogwarts headmaster. Harry's heart was beating fast. Not with fear. With something that felt dangerously like hope. How much? Ragnar named a figure. It was enormous, enough to buy a mansion in Wizarding London. But it was less than a tenth of what Harry had seen in the Black Vault statements. Done, Harry said. Ragnar blinked. You don't wish to negotiate? I wish to move in today. What do I need to sign? The goblin studied him for a long moment, those black eyes reading something in Harry's face. Then he opened a desk drawer and produced a stack of parchment. Goblins appreciate efficiency, Mr. Potter. The purchase agreement is standard, goblin-brokered, which means it exists outside ministry jurisdiction. The property will be registered in our records only, under a name of your choosing. I would recommend against using your own. Register it under Black, Harry said. The noble and most ancient house of Black. A name that carries weight in our ledgers. Very well. The signing took 20 minutes. Harry signed in blood. Goblin contracts required it, and felt the magic bind as his name dried on the parchment. When it was done, Ragnar handed him a small iron key, unremarkable in appearance but thrumming with enchantment. This key is your access and your proof of ownership. It cannot be duplicated, stolen, or taken by force. It responds to your magical signature alone. Ragnar paused. A word of advice, Mr. Potter. Free of charge, which should tell you how seriously I mean it. I'm listening. Whatever you're hiding from, or whoever you're hiding from, our contract protects this property from all external claims. Ministry seizure orders, Hogwarts authority, even Wisengamot warrants. Goblin-brokered property is sovereign ground. The treaties that govern our relationship with the wizarding world guarantee this. Even against Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore is a powerful wizard. He is not, however, above goblin law. And we have been enforcing our laws since before his grandfather was born. Ragnar showed his teeth again. We take property rights very seriously. Harry put the key in his pocket next to the moleskin pouch. Thank you. Don't thank me, Mr. Potter. Pay me. Which you have done, generously and without haggling, which means I've probably undercharged you. He said this with what appeared to be genuine annoyance. Now, shall I have Griphook take you to the Black Vault? You'll want supplies, I imagine. Yes. And Ragnarok, I need one more thing. Books. On ward construction, specifically high-level defensive warding. Goblin Maid, if you have them. Goblin warding texts are not typically shared with wizards. I'm not asking as a wizard. I'm asking as the head of a noble house that has maintained profitable relations with Gringotts for 7 centuries. Ragnarok stared at him. Then he laughed, a short, sharp sound like a bark. The blacks taught you well, even from beyond the grave. I'll see what I can do. The texts will not be free. I wouldn't expect them to be. The Black Vault was everything Harry had been told and more. Mountains of gold, yes, but also artifacts, weapons, jewelry, books, things that hummed with old magic. Harry moved through it methodically, selecting what he needed. Gold, a substantial withdrawal, converted partly to Muggle currency for practicality. Books, every text on defensive magic, ward theory, and combat casting he could find. A set of self-updating protective amulets. A wand holster made of dragon hide that would make his wand almost impossible to disarm. He found one more thing, tucked in a corner behind a stack of gold bars, a mirror. Small, palm-sized, in a silver frame. He recognized it immediately. Sirius had given him one just like it, a two-way communication mirror. This was the other half of the pair. Harry held it for a long moment. His reflection looked back at him, green eyes too bright, jaw too tight. He put the mirror in his pocket with everything else. 2 hours later, Harry stood in front of a nondescript section of wall on Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. It was late afternoon, and the platform was moderately busy with Muggle commuters who didn't glance twice at the teenager standing oddly close to a maintenance door. The key was warm in his hand. He pressed it against the door's surface, and the metal seemed to liquefy, flowing around the key like water. Then the door opened, revealing not the electrical closet the Muggles would see but a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Harry stepped through. The door sealed behind him. Down he went. The staircase was concrete at first, then stone, then something older and rougher that might have been bedrock. The air grew cooler with each step, and by the time he reached the bottom, it was almost cold, the deep, stable cold of earth that had never seen sunlight. The complex opened up before him. It was exactly as Ragnarok had described, but seeing it in person was different. The 2 large rooms were cavernous, their ceilings reinforced with iron beams that had runic scripts running along them, Burke's warding infrastructure. The smaller rooms branched off a central corridor, each one a manageable size, each one empty and waiting. Harry walked through the entire space, touching walls, testing floors, getting the feel of it. The air was clean despite being 40 feet underground, the magical ventilation systems were still running, drawing fresh air from somewhere above and cycling it through the complex with a faint, constant breeze. He chose the largest room as his training space. The second large room would be his study and workshop. The closest small room to the entrance would be his bedroom. The others, storage, eventually. He set down his rucksack, pulled out the shrunken books, and unshrunk them with a tap of his wand. They expanded across the floor, dozens of volumes, everything from the Black family study, everything from the vault, plus the goblin warding texts that Ragnarok had provided, at considerable cost, just before Harry left Gringotts. Blood and Bone, a treatise on sacrificial ward theory. The Invisible Art, shadow manipulation for the dedicated practitioner. Magic's Most Terrible. The Unforgivable Compendium. Goblin Ward Architecture, Principles and Practice, translated, poorly, from gobbledygook. Soul Magic, A Forbidden History. Harry picked up Soul Magic and opened it to the first page. The study of the soul, it began, has been declared forbidden by every magical governing body in the world. This is not because the knowledge is inherently dangerous, all knowledge carries danger, but because it grants the practitioner an understanding that makes them very difficult to control. A wizard who understands soul magic understands the deepest foundations of magical power. And institutions, by their nature, fear any individual who stands on a foundation they cannot shake. Harry kept reading. He read through the evening and into the night, pausing only to eat. He'd brought food from Grimmauld Place, enough for a few days, and to practice the wand movements described in the ward theory books. The bunker was cold and bare and lit only by conjured light, and it was the most free Harry had felt in his entire life. At midnight, he stopped reading and started working. The ward anchors Burke had installed were good but decades old. Harry began refreshing them, following the goblin text step by step, feeding his own magic into the iron beams and stone walls. It was exhausting work, warding drew on the caster's core reserves in a way that normal spellwork didn't, but Harry's magical reserves had always been deeper than anyone expected, and the dark arts texts hinted at why. The Horcrux. The soul fragment in his scar was a parasite, yes, but it was also a battery. Voldemort's magic leaked through it constantly, adding to Harry's own reserves, which explained why Harry had always been able to produce a Patronus that would make adult wizards weep with envy, why his Expelliarmus hit like a freight train, why his accidental magic as a child had been so spectacular. Dumbledore knew this. Of course he did. Another reason to keep Harry ignorant, a boy who understood his own power was a boy who might realize he didn't need a handler. Harry poured magic into the wards until his hands shook and his vision blurred. Then he poured in more. The ward anchors drank it greedily, decades of dormancy ending in a surge of power that Harry could feel settling into the stone like roots growing into soil. By 3 a.m, the bunker was warded against magical detection, against apparition, except by the keyholder, against port key arrival, against flu connection, against owl post, against scrying, against legilimency at a distance, and against every tracking spell Harry could find in any of the books. It wasn't enough. Not yet. But it was a start. Harry collapsed onto the bare floor of his new bedroom, pulled his rucksack under his head as a pillow, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would arrive at Grimmauld Place and find Harry gone. He'd find the bed slept in, the food eaten, the flue used. He'd find no sign of forced entry, no sign of struggle. Just absence. Let the old man wonder. Let him worry. Let him, for the first time in 15 years, face the possibility that his carefully crafted weapon had looked at the blueprint and decided to build itself. Harry slept. And for the first time in a week, he did not dream of the Veil. He dreamed instead of a room full of books, 40 feet underground, where the only voice giving orders was his own. Above him, London went about its business. Trains rumbled through King's Cross, carrying thousands of people who had no idea that beneath their feet, in a forgotten space between the Muggle world and the magical one, a 15-year-old boy was beginning a war that neither side saw coming. Not Voldemort's war. Not Dumbledore's war. His. Back at Grimmauld Place, the house groaned and settled. The hidden study behind Sirius's wardrobe stood empty now, its shelves stripped bare, the desk cleared of every scrap of parchment. The blue flames had gone out when Harry left, and without them, the room was perfectly dark. In the kitchen, the fire whiskey bottle still sat on the counter where Harry had left it, 3/4 full. Beside it, propped against the salt shaker, was a folded piece of parchment. It was addressed to no one. But when Dumbledore arrived the next morning, robes impeccable, eyes twinkling with practiced warmth, and found the house empty, he would find this note. And for the first time in a very long time, the twinkle would die. The note said, "I found Sirius's letters. I know what you are. I know what you planned. I am not your weapon. I am not your sacrifice. I am not your boy. Don't look for me. You won't find me. And if you send anyone after me, I will make sure the entire wizarding world reads what you wrote to Snape. You told him I must die. You designed my whole life around making sure I'd walk into it willingly. I won't. Harry Potter P.S. I'm keeping the books." Dumbledore read the note twice. His hands did not tremble, he had too much control for that. But his face, in the empty kitchen with no one to perform for, went through something that might have been grief, might have been calculation, and settled finally on something cold and resolved. "Oh, Harry," he murmured, folding the note and placing it inside his robes. "This changes nothing. It only makes it harder." He turned on the spot and vanished with a crack. The kitchen was silent. The fire whiskey caught the morning light. And 40 feet below King's Cross, Harry Potter opened a book called Soul Magic and began to read. Chapter 2, 40 feet under King's Cross. The first 3 days were the hardest. Not because of the isolation. Harry had spent 10 years in a cupboard under the stairs, and loneliness was an old companion he knew how to manage. Not because of the physical discomfort, though sleeping on a conjured mattress on a stone floor in a bunker that hovered around 12 degrees Celsius was nobody's idea of luxury. Not even because of the fear, though fear was there too, a low hum beneath everything, the knowledge that he'd just declared independence from the 2 most powerful wizards in Britain and had approximately zero backup. The hardest part was the silence. Grimmauld Place had been miserable, but it had been populated. Creature muttering in the hallways. Portraits arguing. The flue flaring with check-ins. Here, 40 feet underground, there was nothing. The ventilation system produced a faint whisper of moving air. The ward anchors in the iron beams hummed at a frequency just below hearing. And that was it. Harry filled the silence with work. By the end of day 1, he'd read the first 3 chapters of Soul Magic, A Forbidden History, and begun the introductory exercises in the invisible art, shadow manipulation for the dedicated practitioner. By the end of day 2, he'd reinforced the bunker's wards twice more, transfigured basic furniture from rubble and debris he found in the unused rooms, and successfully cast his first piece of genuine dark magic. It was a shadowsight charm, minor, almost trivial, the dark arts equivalent of lumos. The book called it umbra visum, and it allowed the caster to see in complete darkness by pulling ambient shadow into the eyes. The sensation was deeply strange, like putting on a pair of glasses made of cold water. The world went silver-gray and razor-sharp, every edge defined, every surface textured with detail that normal vision would miss. Harry stood in the pitch-black training room with shadowsight burning in his eyes and felt something click. Not just the spell, the principle behind it. Dark magic didn't work the way Hogwarts magic did. Hogwarts magic was about imposing your will on reality, point your wand, say the words, force the magic into the shape you wanted. Dark magic was about negotiating with reality. Asking the shadows to let you see. Asking the blood to share its power. Asking the soul to reveal its secrets. It was collaborative. It was intimate. And it was, Harry realized with a kind of stunned clarity, the most natural magic he'd ever performed. The shadowsight charm had taken him 4 attempts. His first Patronus had taken dozens. Draw your own conclusions. By the end of day 3, Harry had mapped out a study schedule, organized his books by subject, warded his bedroom with a separate layer of protections, paranoia being a survival trait he was actively cultivating, and started a journal. Not a diary, he'd had enough of magical journals for one lifetime. Just a Muggle composition book, bought from a newsagent above ground, filled with his own handwriting. Notes on spells. Observations about magical theory. And, increasingly, questions. Why does the Ministry classify all soul magic as dark? The detection and analysis spells aren't harmful. They're diagnostic. You could use them the way a healer uses scanning charms. The only reason to ban them is if you don't want people knowing what souls are and how they work. Dumbledore knows soul magic. He has to. He identified the Horcrux in my scar. He identified Voldemort's other Horcruxes, how many? The letters don't say. He studied under Flamel, who literally created an object that sustains the soul beyond natural death. So he knows this magic. He just doesn't want anyone else to. Why? Because if I understood soul magic, I might figure out how to remove the Horcrux myself. And then I wouldn't need to die. And then his entire plan falls apart. Harry underlined that last sentence 3 times. On the morning of day 4, he went above ground for supplies. The entrance to the bunker, the maintenance door on platform 9, was warded so heavily now that Harry could feel it pushing back against the world even from the inside. He keyed himself through, climbed the stairs, and emerged into King's Cross Station at 7:30 on a Tuesday morning. The platform was packed with commuters. Nobody looked twice at the teenager who appeared from a service door and slipped into the crowd. Harry had transfigured his appearance slightly, darker hair, it was already dark, so he'd gone almost black, a beanie pulled low over his scar, a different nose shape courtesy of a minor glamour he'd found in one of the Black family books. It wouldn't fool anyone who knew him well, but it would stop casual recognition. He took the tube to Tesco, bought enough food for 2 weeks, tinned goods, bread, dried pasta, tea, the kind of dense calorie-efficient provisions that would keep without magical refrigeration, and hauled it all back in 2 expanded rucksacks. He also bought a sleeping bag rated for sub-zero temperatures, 3 battery-powered lanterns, backup for when he was too magically drained to maintain conjured light, and a cheap Muggle watch. On the way back through King's Cross, he bought every newspaper he could find, Muggle and Wizarding. He tucked the Daily Prophet under his arm, purchased from a witch selling them out of a suitcase near platform 9 3/4, the way they always did during summer months, and descended back into the bunker. The Prophet's front page made him stop in the corridor. Harry Potter missing, Dumbledore appeals for calm. The boy who lived has disappeared from his protected residence, the Daily Prophet can exclusively reveal. Harry Potter, 15, who recently suffered the tragic loss of his godfather Sirius Black during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, was discovered missing from his summer lodgings yesterday morning by Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry is a grieving young man who has endured more than anyone his age should bear, Dumbledore told the Prophet in a statement. I believe he has simply sought solitude to process his loss. I ask the wizarding community to respect his privacy while we work to locate him and ensure his safety. Ministry sources, however, paint a more concerning picture. We have reason to believe Potter may be at risk, said a senior Auror who declined to be identified. Given the return of he who must not be named, a teenager wandering alone is extremely vulnerable. We urge anyone with information to contact the Auror office immediately. Harry read the article twice, then set the paper down and laughed. It was a real laugh, the first one in weeks, and it echoed off the stone walls of his bunker. Grieving young man seeking solitude. That was Dumbledore's public play, concerned mentor, worried guardian. Behind the scenes, Harry knew, the response would be very different. Dumbledore would be mobilizing the Order. He'd have people checking every location Harry had ever been connected to. He'd be pressing the goblins at Gringotts for information about Harry's financial activity, and running headfirst into the wall of goblin confidentiality laws that made Swiss banks look like open ledgers. He'd be worried. Not about Harry's safety, about Harry's obedience. Good. Harry pinned the article to the wall of his study with a sticking charm and went back to work. The training room was the largest space in the bunker, and Harry had spent considerable effort making it functional. The floor was smooth stone, cleared of debris and inscribed with a basic practice circle, a ring of protective runes that would absorb stray spell energy and prevent him from accidentally blowing holes in the walls while learning new magic. The ceiling was high enough to allow for full wand movements, and Harry had installed a series of conjured targets along one wall, wooden dummies that could be repaired with a quick reparo after being destroyed. He destroyed them often. The dark arts books were structured differently from Hogwarts textbooks. There were no neat chapters on individual spells, no pronunciation guides, no moving diagrams of proper wand technique. Instead, they taught principles, underlying frameworks of magic that could be applied in infinite ways once understood. The invisible art taught shadow magic through a series of meditative exercises and escalating practical applications. The shadow sight charm was just the beginning. By the end of the first week, Harry could do things with shadows that would have made Professor Flitwick drop his wand. Shadow stepping was the most immediately useful. It wasn't apparition, it was subtler, quieter, and didn't require a destination in mind. You simply asked the nearest shadow to take you somewhere dark, and you moved through a space that wasn't quite physical, covering distances in seconds that would have taken minutes on foot. The limitation was that you needed shadows at both ends. It didn't work in full sunlight or in fully illuminated rooms. In a bunker 40 feet underground, shadows were never in short supply. Harry practiced shadow stepping until he could cross the entire complex in the space between heartbeats, materializing from one pool of darkness into another with nothing more than a faint whisper of displaced air. The sensation was addictive, cold and swift and utterly silent, like diving into dark water and surfacing somewhere new. Blood and bone was more demanding. Blood magic required actual blood, not much, for the basic workings, but the book was very clear that this was not a discipline for the squeamish. Harry wasn't squeamish. 5 years of life-threatening magical adventures had cured that, but the first time he drew a ritual knife across his palm and let the blood fall onto a ward stone, he felt a lurch of something that might have been conscience. "This is dark magic," the voice in his head said. It sounded like Dumbledore, which made him press the knife deeper. The blood wards were transformative. Harry's magic-based wards were strong, but blood wards were anchored in something deeper, in identity, in lineage, in the fundamental magical signature that made Harry Potter and not anyone else. Within 3 days of adding blood wards to the bunker's defenses, the space was so well protected that Harry suspected Voldemort himself would have trouble breaking in. The blood wards also did something unexpected. They resonated with the blood protection his mother had given him, the ancient, sacrificial magic that Dumbledore had always cited as the reason Harry needed to stay with the Dursleys. According to Blood and Bone, maternal blood sacrifice was one of the most powerful forms of blood magic in existence, and it didn't require proximity to blood relatives to maintain. It required only that the recipient understood and accepted the sacrifice. The commonly held belief that blood protection is tied to specific locations or persons, the book stated, is a simplification that borders on deliberate misinformation. Blood protection is tied to the recipient. It lives in their blood, their magic, their soul. It goes where they go. Any wizard claiming that the protection requires specific living arrangements is either ignorant or lying. Harry read that passage 3 times. Then he threw the book across the room, retrieved it, and read it again. Dumbledore had told Harry, had told everyone, that the blood wards at the Dursleys were the reason Harry had to go back every summer. That his mother's protection could only be maintained by living with her blood relatives. It was the cornerstone of every argument, every justification, every time Harry had begged to stay at Hogwarts or go to the Burrow or live literally anywhere else. And it was a lie. Or, more precisely, it was a manipulation. Dumbledore might have genuinely placed blood wards on the Dursley house, Harry didn't doubt that. But those wards weren't what kept Harry safe. His mother's sacrifice was in his blood. It had been in his blood since the night she died. The Dursleys were never necessary. Harry added this to his journal, in handwriting that left grooves in the paper. He could have let me live anywhere. With Sirius. With any wizarding family. With Remus. He chose the Dursleys because they would break me down. Because a boy raised with love wouldn't be malleable. 10 years of cupboards and starvation and being treated like something scraped off a shoe, also I'd be grateful enough, desperate enough, lonely enough to die when he told me to. He closed the journal and sat in the dark for a long time. Then he got up and trained harder. Soul magic was the most complex discipline, and Harry approached it with a combination of reverence and urgency that he didn't feel for the others. Shadow magic was a tool. Blood magic was a foundation. Soul magic was the reason he was here. Soul magic, a forbidden history, was not a spellbook. It was, as the title suggested, a history, but a history written by a practitioner, dense with technical detail and practical observations. The author, who identified themselves only as Corvinus, had spent decades studying the nature of the soul, and their conclusions were fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. The soul, Corvinus wrote, was not the vague metaphysical concept that most wizards imagined. It was a real, measurable, manipulable aspect of magical existence. It could be seen, with the right spells, touched, with the right techniques, and, critically, damaged, split, and repaired. Horcruxes were the most famous example of soul manipulation, but they were also the crudest. Splitting a soul through murder was, according to Corvinus, the magical equivalent of performing surgery with a hatchet. It worked, in the sense that it achieved the basic goal of anchoring a soul fragment to a physical object. But it destroyed the soul's integrity, leaving both fragments damaged, unstable, and fundamentally diminished. A Horcrux does not preserve life, Corvinus wrote. It preserves existence. The distinction is critical. A wizard who creates a Horcrux does not become immortal, they become unkillable, which is not the same thing. Their soul degrades with each split. Their capacity for love diminishes, love being, in magical terms, the soul's primary binding force. Their sanity erodes. Their magic becomes more powerful but less stable, more destructive but less creative. The Horcrux does not defeat death. It makes the creator so wretched that death would be a mercy they can no longer receive. Harry thought about Voldemort, the red eyes, the snake-like face, the absolute inability to understand love or loyalty or anything that made life worth living. The man had hacked his soul into pieces and called it victory. But the section that made Harry's breath catch was Chapter 7, Parasitic Soul Fragments and Host Dynamics. In rare cases, Corvinus wrote, a soul fragment may attach itself to a living host rather than an inanimate object. This can occur when a soul is violently split in the presence of a living being with compatible magical resonance. The fragment embeds itself in the host's magical core, typically anchoring to a point of physical trauma, a wound, a scar, and begins a complex symbiotic relationship with the host's own soul. The host does not become a Horcrux in the traditional sense. They become something more complicated. The parasitic fragment feeds on the host's magical energy, but it also leaks its own energy into the host system. Over time, the two magical signatures begin to blend. The host may develop abilities, knowledge, or personality traits associated with the fragment's original owner. They may experience visions, emotions, or memories that are not their own. The commonly accepted method of removing a parasitic soul fragment is destruction of the host. This is, to use a technical term, barbaric nonsense. It is the solution proposed by wizards who either cannot be bothered to learn proper soul magic or who have reasons of their own for wanting the host dead. The actual removal process is complex but well documented in older texts. It requires three components: a deep understanding of soul mechanics, a willingness to work with blood and shadow as intermediary forces, and, most critically, the active cooperation of the host's own soul, which must consciously reject the parasitic fragment. I have performed this procedure twice. Both hosts survived. The process is painful and not without risk. But the notion that a parasitic soul fragment requires the host's death for removal is, simply and unequivocally, a lie. Harry's hands shook so badly he had to set the book down. A lie. Not a difficult truth. Not a tragic necessity. A lie. Dumbledore had access to resources that dwarfed anything in this bunker. He'd studied under Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist in history. He'd been chief warlock, supreme mugwump, the most respected wizard alive for nearly a century. If a single anonymous author writing in the margins of forbidden knowledge could find a way to remove a soul fragment without killing the host, Dumbledore could have found it 100 times over. He hadn't looked. Or he had looked, and he'd decided that Harry's death was simpler. Harry picked the book back up and kept reading. He read until his eyes burned and the words blurred, and then he practiced the diagnostic exercises, simple soul perception techniques that would eventually allow him to see and interact with the fragment in his scar. He couldn't manage it yet. The book warned that soul perception required weeks of meditative practice and a level of magical sensitivity that most wizards never developed. But Harry could feel the fragment now, in a way he never had before, a cold spot behind his scar, like a splinter of ice lodged in warm flesh. It pulsed with a rhythm that wasn't his heartbeat. It whispered in a voice that wasn't his thoughts. "I know you're there," Harry said aloud, pressing his fingers to his scar. "And I know you can come out. So start packing." The cold spot pulsed once, sharply, and Harry felt a distant surge of something that might have been alarm. Good. It was the evening of day 8 when Tonks found him. Harry was in the training room, practicing a combat sequence he'd assembled from 3 different books. Shadow Step left, Blood Ward burst, a short-range blast of protective magic that could throw an attacker backward, Expelliarmus into Stupefy Chain, Shadow Step right, repeat. He was drenched in sweat, breathing hard, and his wand arm ached from the repetition, but he was faster than he'd been an hour ago and he'd be faster still in another hour. The ward alarms went off, not the penetration alarm, which would have meant someone was trying to break in, but the proximity alarm, which meant someone was standing near the entrance above and radiating magical energy. Harry killed the conjured lights, dropped into shadow sight, and shadow stepped to the base of the staircase. He ascended silently, wand drawn, heart hammering. The entrance door was sealed, his wards intact. Whoever was on the other side hadn't tried to force entry. But they were there. Harry pressed his hand against the door and activated a monitoring ward, a thin tendril of magic that extended through the door like a periscope, letting him sense what was on the other side. One person. Female. Metamorphmaga's signature, the magical DNA was shifting, unstable, the hallmark of someone whose physical form was inherently changeable. Tonks. Harry hesitated. His wand hand was steady, but his mind was racing. How had she found him? The bunker was unplottable, shielded against every tracking method he knew of. She shouldn't be able to, unless she hadn't tracked the bunker. Unless she tracked him. Or training. Harry had warded the bunker but he'd gone above ground for supplies 4 days ago. If Tonks had been watching King's Cross, and she was an Auror, watching places was literally her job, she might have spotted him despite the glamour. Metamorphmagi were notoriously hard to fool with appearance-altering magic because they could see through it instinctively, the way a painter could spot a forgery. He should stay silent. Wait her out. She couldn't get through the wards, and she couldn't prove he was inside. But something stopped him. A memory. Tonks at Grimmauld Place last year, laughing at something serious said, her hair bubblegum pink. Tonks at the Department of Mysteries, fighting Bellatrix, bleeding from a cut on her cheek and not slowing down. Tonks in the hallway afterward, looking at Harry with an expression that wasn't pity, wasn't sympathy, but something raw. Something that looked like recognition. And underneath the memory, a pragmatic calculation. Harry was training alone, learning from books alone, making plans alone. He was 15 years old and going up against Dumbledore and Voldemort simultaneously. Sooner or later, alone was going to get him killed. He opened the door. Tonks was leaning against the opposite wall of the maintenance corridor, arms crossed, wearing a muggle leather jacket and jeans. Her hair was mousy brown, her natural color, not a disguise. Her wand was in her hand but pointed at the floor. She looked at him. He looked at her. "Took you long enough," she said. "How did you find me?" "Auror training, Harry. You went shopping at Tesco on Thursday morning. Your glamour was decent, better than I'd expect from a 5th year, actually, but you walk like Harry Potter. You've got this thing you do with your left shoulder, like you're always ready to duck." Harry filed that away for future correction. "And you followed me back here. Followed you to King's Cross. Lost you on the platform. Your entrance wards are seriously impressive, by the way. But I knew you were somewhere in the station, so I've been coming back every evening, walking the platforms with a magical proximity detector. It's a standard Auror tool, reads magical signatures within about 50 feet. Tonight, I got a ping. The wards should have blocked that. They block targeted scrying. A proximity detector isn't targeted, it's ambient. Like hearing someone's heartbeat through a wall. You can't silence the heartbeat without silencing the person." She paused. "You might want to add a layer of ambient dampening to your perimeter." I can show you how. Harry stared at her. You're offering to help me improve the wards that are keeping the order out. Yeah. Why? Tonks was quiet for a moment. Then she uncrossed her arms and looked him in the eye. Because I pulled a double shift at the ministry 3 days ago and I got assigned to review the order's internal communications as part of the search operation for you. Dumbledore wanted the Auror office involved. He went to Amelia Bones directly, said you were at risk, said we needed all hands. So I got access to the order's message archives. And I read them, Harry. All of them. Every message between Dumbledore and Snape, every operational directive, every internal memo about you going back years. The Order keeps records, Dumbledore insists on it, for institutional continuity. He's meticulous. And because he never expected someone inside the organization to actually read the bloody things with fresh eyes, he wasn't as careful as he should have been. She took a breath. He's been planning your death since you were a baby. I read it in black and white. Not hypotheticals. Not worst-case contingencies. A plan. Step by step. Raise the boy with muggles to keep him humble and isolated. Control his access to information. Ensure he bonds with certain people who'll reinforce his sense of duty. Place him in escalating danger each year at Hogwarts to build his courage and his willingness to sacrifice. And when the time comes, point him at Voldemort and let him die. I know, Harry said. I found letters. I figured you must have found something. Nobody bolts like you did without a reason. She holstered her wand. Harry, I'm not here to bring you back. I'm not here on anyone's orders. I didn't tell the Order I'd found you. I didn't tell Amelia. I haven't told anyone. Then why are you here? Because Sirius was my cousin. Because he was the only member of my family who wasn't a complete bastard. Because I saw how he looked at you and I know, he'd want someone watching your back. Her jaw tightened. And because what Dumbledore is doing is wrong. Not misguided. Not well-intentioned. Wrong. And I didn't become an Auror to stand by while a 15-year-old kid gets set up to die by the man who's supposed to protect him. Harry stood in the doorway of his bunker, wand in hand, and studied the young woman in front of him. She was maybe 22. Her eyes were red-rimmed, like she'd been losing sleep. Her hands were steady. If you come in, he said, you see everything. The books, the training, all of it. It's dark arts, Tonks. Real, actual, pull you up before the Wizengamot dark arts. If that's a problem, I've been an Auror for 2 years. You know what they teach us in Auror training? They teach us the dark arts. Not the watered-down defense against version, the real thing. Because you can't fight what you don't understand, and the Ministry's official line about dark magic being inherently evil is something they say for the public while training their elite agents in exactly the opposite philosophy. She shrugged. I know what dark magic is and what it isn't. It's a tool. Dumbledore made it taboo because knowledge is power and he doesn't like sharing. Harry stepped aside. Welcome to the bunker. Having another person in the space changed everything. Not immediately, the first hour was awkward, full of silences and careful steps. Tonks walked through the complex with an Auror's eye, noting the ward structure, the room layout, the training setup. She asked questions that were pointed but not intrusive. She didn't comment on the sleeping bag on the floor or the tinned food stacked in a corner. She did comment on the books. The invisible art. Merlin, Harry, where did you get this? There are maybe 12 copies in existence. Black Family Study. Sirius had a hidden room. Tonks picked up Soul Magic, a forbidden history, and flipped through it. Her expression shifted through several things Harry couldn't read. This is Corvinus. The original Corvinus text, not the redacted version. The Department of Mysteries has been looking for a complete copy of this for decades. Do they know about the Horcrux removal procedure? The what? Harry told her. Not everything, not yet, but enough. The soul fragment in his scar. Dumbledore's knowledge of it. The plan to have Harry die as a willing sacrifice. And Corvinus's assertion that removal without death was possible. Tonks sat down heavily on a conjured chair. Her hair, which had been mousy brown, flickered through several colors before settling on a shade of deep red that Harry had never seen on her before. He knew, she said. All this time. He knew there was a piece of Voldemort's soul in your head, and his solution was to just let you die. His solution was to make me die. Willingly. On schedule. And there's another way. According to Corvinus. I'm still working through the theory. It's complicated. Soul magic isn't like anything they teach at Hogwarts. It requires months of preparation, specific magical development, and a level of understanding that I'm nowhere near yet. But it's possible. It's possible. Tonks was quiet for a long time. When she spoke again, her voice was harder. More decided. What do you need? Knowledge. Practice. Time. And someone who can teach me things that books can't, combat magic, aura-level defensive techniques, the kind of practical spell work that doesn't come from reading. I can do that. There's more. I need information from the outside. What the Order is doing, what Dumbledore's next moves are, what the Ministry knows. I need eyes and ears up there while I'm down here. You need a spy. I need a partner. I don't want someone taking orders from me. I've had enough of being managed by old men who think they know best. I want someone who'll tell me when I'm wrong, watch my blind spots, and hex me if I start going off the deep end. Tonks looked at him with an expression that was hard to parse. You're 15. I'm also carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history in my skull, and I've survived 5 years of murder attempts. Age is sort of beside the point. Fair enough. She held out her hand. Partners, then. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm and her palm was calloused from wand work. One condition, she said. If I think you're losing it, if the dark arts start eating your brain or you start talking about power for its own sake or any of that bollocks, I pull you out. Non-negotiable. Deal. Good. Now show me what you've learned. Because if I'm going to train you in combat magic, I need to know where you're starting from. They cleared the training room and faced each other across the practice circle. Tonks had shed her jacket, and Harry could see the lean muscle in her arms, the balanced stance of someone trained to fight. Her wand was out, 13 inches, something dark, maybe ebony. Standard duel rules? Harry asked. Sod standard duel rules. In the real world, nobody counts to 3. Come at me whenever you're ready. Harry didn't hesitate. He shadow-stepped left, closing the distance between them in an instant, and fired a stunner at where she'd been standing. She wasn't there. Tonks had moved the moment Harry disappeared into shadow, reading the spell's trajectory from his wand position and rolling sideways. Her counter came fast, a disarming charm that Harry barely deflected, followed by a body bind that he ducked under. Shadow stepping, she said, circling. Nice. How far can you go? Room to room. Working on further. Show me. Harry shadow stepped behind her, came out of the darkness with a tripping jinx already formed. She spun and blocked it, but he was already gone again, stepping through the shadows along the wall and emerging 3 feet to her left with a stunner that caught her shield at full strength and made her slide backward. Bloody hell, Tonks said, grinning despite herself. That's genuinely impressive. The transitions are almost seamless, most shadow steppers pause at the exit point, but you're already casting before you fully materialize. The book says the shadow doesn't differentiate between movement and action. If you're casting when you enter, you're casting when you exit. Makes sense. Alright, my turn. She attacked, and Harry discovered very quickly that Tonks was an entirely different class of opponent from anything he'd faced at Hogwarts. Her spell chains were fluid and unpredictable. She didn't use the textbook sequences that Hogwarts taught but instead mixed hexes, jinxes, and transfiguration in combinations that kept Harry off balance. She transfigured the floor under his feet into ice while firing a stunner at his chest. She conjured ropes from nothing and animated them to grab his ankles while hitting him with a disarming charm from the other hand. And she was fast. Not just her casting, her movement. Her metamorphmagus abilities gave her a fluidity that bordered on unfair. She could shift her weight and balance on the fly, make herself 2 inches shorter to duck a spell, lengthen her arm to get an extra foot of range on a close-quarters hex. Harry took a stunner to the ribs that knocked him flat. He lay on the stone floor, blinking at the ceiling, and felt the familiar sting of losing. But it was a clean sting, not the helpless fury of being outmatched by Voldemort or the humiliating impotence of Dumbledore's office. This was a training loss. Educational. "You're good," Tonks said, offering him a hand up. "Better than I expected. The shadow stepping is a genuine tactical advantage, and your raw power is ridiculous for someone your age. But you're predictable." "How?" "You default to stunner disarm. It's effective but linear. Once I clocked the pattern, I could predict where you'd be after each shadow step. You need more variety in your offensive repertoire, and you need to think in 3 dimensions. You're using the shadows on the walls and floor, but not the ceiling." Harry looked up. The ceiling was crisscrossed with iron beams, each one casting long shadows in the conjured light. "I didn't think of that. That's what I'm here for." Again. They sparred for 2 hours. By the end, Harry was battered, exhausted, and grinning despite himself. He'd landed exactly 3 hits on Tonks, a jellylegs jinx that she'd shaken off in seconds, a banishing charm that knocked her off balance, and a shadow-enhanced feint that let him tag her with a low-power stunner from an angle she hadn't anticipated. 3 hits in 2 hours against a trained Auror. A month ago, he wouldn't have landed one. They sat on the floor of the training room afterward, passing a bottle of water between them, and Tonks laid out what she knew about the Order's search. "Dumbledore's running it personally. Moody's doing the fieldwork, surveillance on every location connected to you. The Dursleys, the Burrow, Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley. Snape's been tasked with checking Death Eater channels, supposedly to make sure Voldemort hasn't grabbed you." "Supposedly?" "I think Snape's playing 3 sides. He's reporting to Dumbledore, reporting to Voldemort, and keeping his own counsel about everything. He's the one I can't predict." "What about Ron and Hermione?" Tonks's expression softened. "They're scared, Harry. Molly's got them practically locked down at the Burrow. Dumbledore told them you left because of grief, same line as the Prophet. I don't think they know about the letters or the plan. I need to talk to them. That's risky. The Burrow is Deep Order territory. Any communication in or out is monitored. I know. But they deserve to know the truth. And I need to know if they're with me. And if they're not." Harry didn't answer immediately. The thought of Ron and Hermione choosing Dumbledore, choosing the institution, the familiar, the safe, was a physical pain in his chest. But he couldn't afford to be naive about it. Hermione's relationship with authority, her faith in teachers and rules and the structures that had always rewarded her, that wasn't going to evaporate because Harry showed her some letters. And Ron's family was ordered to the bone. Choosing Harry might mean choosing against his parents. "If they're not," Harry said, "then I need to know that too." Tonks nodded. "I'll figure out a way to get a message to Granger. She's the one more likely to think independently, no offense to Weasley, but Granger's the strategist. You don't know Ron like I do. He's smarter than people think. But yeah, start with Hermione." They made plans. Tonks would continue her normal routine, aura shifts, order meetings, the whole performance. She'd feed Harry intelligence through a communication method they'd developed together. The 2-way mirrors from the Black Vault were a starting point, but they'd need additional security. She'd visit the bunker twice a week for training sessions and information exchange. Before she left, she stood in the doorway of the bunker and looked back at Harry with an expression that was equal parts worry and something he couldn't name. "When I said this was wrong, what Dumbledore's doing, I meant it. But Harry, you need to understand what you're up against. Dumbledore isn't just powerful. He's connected. He controls the Wisengamot, the Hogwarts board, half the ministry, and the entire Order of the Phoenix. If he decides you're a threat, he has 100 ways to make your life impossible without ever casting a spell. I know. And Voldemort's still out there. The prophecy's still real. Even if you solve the Horcrux problem, you've still got a Dark Lord who wants you dead. I know that too. So what's your plan? Long term. Not the training, not the wards, the actual endgame." Harry leaned against the doorframe. "Long term. I remove the Horcrux. I deal with Voldemort on my own terms, not as Dumbledore's guided missile, but as a wizard who chose to fight. And I make sure that when it's all over, I'm alive and free and nobody, gets to decide what happens to me ever again." Tonks studied him. Then she smiled, small, sharp, real. "Good enough for me. Get some sleep, Harry. You look like death warmed over." "Thanks. I'll be back Thursday. We'll work on your shield charms. They're adequate, but adequate will get you killed against someone like Bellatrix." She turned and climbed the stairs. Harry listened to her footsteps recede, heard the faint pop of apparition from the platform above, and then silence returned. But it was a different silence now. Less empty. Less alone. Harry sealed the door, reset the wards, and went back to his study. The books waited, stacked in ordered piles. The journal lay open to his most recent entry. He picked up Soul Magic and found his place. Chapter 7, Section 4, Preparation for Parasitic Fragment Extraction. The host must develop 3 capabilities before extraction can be attempted. First, soul perception, the ability to see and interact with one's own soul and the parasitic fragment attached to it. Second, shadow anchoring, the ability to create a temporary vessel in shadow substance to receive the extracted fragment. Third, blood rejection, the use of blood magic to sever the magical connections between the fragment and the host's core. Each capability requires significant training. Soul perception alone typically takes a skilled practitioner 6 to 8 months to develop. Shadow anchoring requires mastery of intermediate shadow manipulation. Blood rejection requires a working knowledge of sacrificial ward theory. I recommend beginning with soul perception, as it is the foundation upon which the other 2 capabilities rest. 6 to 8 months. Harry had the rest of the summer and then, what? He wasn't going back to Hogwarts. That was Dumbledore's territory, Dumbledore's panopticon, where every portrait was a spy and every corridor was watched. But 6 months was a long time to be underground. A long time to be alone, even with Tonks visiting twice a week. Harry made a decision. He'd give himself until Christmas. 6 months to learn soul perception, shadow anchoring, and blood rejection. 6 months to train his combat magic to a level where he could face Dumbledore or Voldemort and walk away. 6 months to gather intelligence, make allies, and prepare for the confrontation that was coming whether he wanted it or not. And if Dumbledore forced the issue before then, if the old man found him, cornered him, tried to drag him back into the slaughterhouse, Harry would show him exactly what a malleable boy could do when he stopped being obliging. He read until 3 in the morning, practiced the first soul perception meditation until his scar burned and the cold spot behind it pulsed with agitation, and finally collapsed onto his sleeping bag with the taste of dark magic on his tongue and a fierce, quiet fire burning in his chest. Above him, London slept. The trains had stopped running. King's Cross was dark and silent. Below it, Harry Potter was wide awake. And the next morning, he began again. Woke at 6. Meditation, the soul perception exercises first, 30 minutes of focused introspection that left him shaky and slightly nauseated but incrementally closer to seeing the thing in his scar. Then physical conditioning, press-ups, sit-ups, stretches, the kind of basic fitness routine that Moody had recommended last year and that Harry had ignored. He wasn't ignoring it now. A wizard's body was a vessel for magic, and the stronger the vessel, the more it could hold. Then breakfast, tinned beans, toast conjured from stale bread, eaten standing up at the desk in his study while reading the Invisible Arts chapter on shadow constructs. Then 3 hours of practical spell training, shadow stepping, blood ward reinforcement, combat casting against the repaired dummies. Then lunch. Then soul magic theory. Then more combat practice. Then ward maintenance. Then dinner. Then more reading. Then sleep. Then again. And again. And again. The days blurred. Harry marked them in his journal, 1 tally mark per day, like a prisoner counting time, except this wasn't a prison. This was a forge. And the steel being shaped in it was him. Tonks came on Thursday as promised, and they sparred for 3 hours. She taught him aura shield techniques, not the simple protego from Hogwarts but layered, reactive shields that could absorb a spell's energy and redirect it. She taught him anti-apparition jinxes and how to counter them. She taught him how to fight dirty, conjured sand in the eyes, banishing charms aimed at the floor to spray debris, using transfiguration to turn an opponent's clothing into restraints. She also brought news. Dumbledore called an emergency order meeting last night. He's, and I'm quoting here, deeply concerned about Harry's mental state. He thinks you may be under the influence of dark magic. He's asking the ministry to authorize a search warrant. A search warrant for where? He doesn't know where I am. Everywhere. He wants blanket authority to search any property in London that might be concealing a minor wizard. Amelia Bones is pushing back, she's not comfortable with that kind of overreach, but Dumbledore has leverage. What kind of leverage? He's chief warlock. He can convene a Wisengamot session and request emergency powers. He's framing it as a child protection issue. You're underage, technically a ward of the magical community since your legal guardians are muggles, and he's your Hogwarts headmaster. Legally, he has standing. Harry's jaw tightened. Can he actually find this place? Not with the wards you've got. Even a blanket search warrant can't detect goblin-brokered property, it's literally outside ministry jurisdiction. But he can make it very hard for you to go above ground. If the Aurors are actively scanning London for your magical signature, then I stay underground. I've got enough food for 2 weeks, and you can bring more. Harry, you can't live like a mole forever. I don't plan to. I just need time. She looked at him, really looked, the way she did when she was assessing his state of mind as part of their deal. You're thinner than last week. I'm eating. You're eating like someone who views food as a necessary inconvenience. I've seen that before. Auror trainees do it, they get so focused on the work that they forget their bodies exist. She dropped a bag on the desk. Fresh fruit. Sandwiches. And before you argue, I also brought you a proper pillow because sleeping on a rucksack is going to destroy your neck and I need my sparring partner functional. Harry looked at the bag, then at Tonks, and felt something loosen in his chest. Not much. Just enough to let him breathe a little deeper. Thanks. Don't mention it. Literally, if Moody finds out I'm supplying a fugitive teenager with sandwiches and combat training, I'll be in Azkaban by Tuesday. Harry laughed. It was the second real laugh since Sirius died. He was keeping count. She left that evening with a list of supplies Harry needed, more food, Muggle batteries for the lanterns, and a set of specific potion ingredients that he'd identified from Blood and Bone. The next phase of Blood Ward construction required a base potion that took 2 days to brew, and Harry's potion skills, while adequate, Snape's relentless criticism had, ironically, made him a decent brewer through sheer stubborn refusal to prove the bastard right, needed all the help they could get. The days continued. The tally marks in his journal accumulated. And Harry grew. Not just in knowledge, in something harder to define. There was a steadiness settling into him, a foundation being laid beneath the anger and grief and fear. He still woke in the night sometimes, gasping, the veils whisper in his ears. He still felt Sirius's absence like a missing limb. He still raged, on bad days, at the injustice of it all, the stolen childhood, the engineered loneliness, the casual way Dumbledore had planned his death. But the rage was becoming something useful. Controlled. Directed. Harry was learning to alchemize his pain into fuel, and the dark arts, contrary to everything he'd been taught, were helping. Shadow magic required emotional honesty. You couldn't negotiate with darkness while pretending to be fine. The shadows responded to what you actually felt, not what you wanted to feel, and Harry's genuine fury and grief gave his shadow stepping a speed and depth that the book said usually took years to develop. Blood magic required sacrifice, not the dramatic, life-or-death kind, but the daily, disciplined kind. A few drops of blood each morning to maintain the wards. The sting of the knife, the focus of intent, the exchange of something precious, blood, vitality, a sliver of magical energy, for something necessary, protection, concealment, power. Harry was learning that sacrifice wasn't about suffering. It was about deciding what mattered enough to pay for. And soul magic required self-knowledge. The meditation exercises forced Harry to confront every buried memory, every suppressed emotion, every lie he told himself to keep functioning. The cupboard under the stairs. The hunger. The loneliness. Dumbledore's careful, kind, devastating manipulation. Sirius's face as he fell. Harry sat with all of it. He didn't flinch. He didn't look away. And slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, he began to see. It happened on a Tuesday, day 19, according to his tally marks. He was deep in meditation, seated cross-legged in the training room with every light extinguished, shadow sight active, breathing in the rhythm the book prescribed. In through the nose, 4 counts. Hold, 7 counts. Out through the mouth, 8 counts. And with each exhale, push your awareness inward. Past the body. Past the mind. Into the place where the soul lives. He'd been doing this for nearly 3 weeks with no result. The book said 6 to 8 months. Harry had been starting to think that timeline was optimistic. But tonight, something shifted. A door he hadn't known existed opened inside him, and Harry fell through. He was standing in a place that wasn't a place, a space without dimensions, without light or dark, without up or down. And in front of him, blazing like a white gold sun, was his soul. It was beautiful. There was no other word. It was light and warmth and something that felt like music sounds, a resonance that Harry recognized at a bone-deep level as himself, everything he was, everything he'd ever been, everything he could become. And attached to it, like a leech on a deer, was a small, dark, pulsing thing. The Horcrux. Harry could see it clearly now, a knot of dark energy clinging to the surface of his soul, tendrils sunk deep into the golden light. It was smaller than he'd expected. Pathetic, almost, a fragment of a fragment, the discarded shrapnel of a madman's self-destruction. But its roots went deep, and where they touched his soul, the light dimmed and the warmth turned cold. He reached for it, instinctively. The fragment recoiled, and Harry felt his scar explode with pain, the worst since the graveyard, a white-hot lance through his skull that drove him out of the meditation and back into his body. He was on the floor, gasping, blood running from his scar. But he was grinning. "Found you," he whispered to the thing behind his scar. "I bloody found you." The cold spot pulsed with what felt unmistakably like fear. 3 weeks instead of 6 months. Harry didn't know if that was because of his unique circumstances, the Horcrux connection, his unusual magical reserves, the sheer desperation driving him, or if Corvinus had simply overestimated the timeline. Either way, step 1 was complete. He could see his soul. He could see the parasite. Now he just needed to rip it out. Harry sat up, wiped the blood from his forehead, and opened his journal to a fresh page. Day 19. Soul perception achieved. The Horcrux is visible, small, dark, deeply rooted. Reacted with fear when I reached for it. Next steps, shadow anchoring and blood rejection. I need to build a container and a knife. Then surgery. Dumbledore said I had to die for this. He was wrong. Or he was lying. Either way, I'm going to prove it. He closed the journal and stood up. His legs were shaky, his head was pounding, and blood was still trickling from his scar. He went back to work. Above him, King's Cross Station was dark and quiet. The last train had departed hours ago. The platforms were empty, the corridors echoing. And 40 feet below, in a bunker that no one in the wizarding world knew existed, Harry Potter reached into the darkness and found a light that no one, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not anyone, could take from him. His own. Chapter 3, The Old Man's Game. Remus Lupin arrived on a Wednesday. Harry knew he was coming 40 minutes before he got there, because the outermost layer of proximity wards, the ones Tonks had helped him refine, picked up a familiar magical signature approaching King's Cross from the southeast. Harry was in the middle of a shadow anchoring exercise, trying to compress a pocket of darkness into a stable container roughly the size of a fist, and he almost lost the construct when the ward chime sounded. He released the shadow anchor, letting it dissipate into the surrounding dark, and pressed his hand to the monitoring stone embedded in the wall. The stone showed him a map of the station above, every magical signature within 200 feet rendered as a colored point of light. Most were faint, trace magic from passing wizards and witches going about their business. One was bright, steady, and moving with the purposeful stride of someone who knew exactly where he was going. Amber gold signature. Werewolf resonance. Remus. Harry climbed the stairs and waited behind the sealed entrance door, shadow sight active, wand in hand. He could feel Remus on the other side, pacing, pausing, pacing again. The man's magical signature flickered with emotion, unsteady in a way that Harry had learned to read over the past month of studying magical theory. Stress. Guilt. Something that looked a lot like rehearsed determination. Dumbledore had sent him. Harry was certain of it. The question was what play this was. He opened the door. Remus looked terrible. That was Harry's first thought, and it landed with a pang of something complicated, anger and affection tangled together in a knot he couldn't pick apart. The man's robes were shabbier than usual, his face lined and gray, and the full moon was a week away, which meant the transformation's shadow was already pulling at him. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair streaked with more silver than Harry remembered. But his expression, that was the thing that almost broke Harry's resolve. Remus looked at him with naked relief, the kind that can't be faked, and his shoulders dropped like someone had cut the strings holding them up. Harry. His voice cracked on the name. Thank God. Harry leaned against the doorframe, blocking the entrance. How did you find me? Tonks. Remus must have seen something change in Harry's face, because he raised his hands. She didn't betray you. I cornered her, I could smell you on her jacket, Harry. Werewolf senses. She'd been here recently, and your scent was all over her. I confronted her, and she told me, not where you were, but enough. She said you were safe, that you had reasons, that I should hear you out. And you came here instead of going to Dumbledore. I came here first. That's not the same thing. Remus flinched. A small movement, quickly controlled, but Harry saw it. Good. He needed Remus off balance for this conversation, needed the man operating from emotion rather than the careful scripts Dumbledore would have given him. Except Remus said he hadn't gone to Dumbledore. And the monitoring stone showed no other magical signatures in the area, no invisible order members, no tracking charms trailing Remus's movement. If this was a trap, it was an exceptionally well-concealed one. How long have you been looking? Harry asked. Since the morning after you disappeared. Harry, we've been out of our minds. Molly hasn't stopped crying. The twins have been searching every corner of London on their brooms. Arthur pulled strings at the ministry to get access to the trace monitoring office, and they told him your magical signature had simply vanished from their systems. No signal, no trace, nothing. As if you'd stopped existing. That's the wards. I gathered. Remus glanced at the door behind Harry, and Harry could see the assessment happening, the werewolf senses picking up the layers of enchantment, the density of the protections. Harry, this is extraordinary magic. I've never felt wards this strong outside of Hogwarts or Gringotts. I've been busy. Clearly. Remus took a breath. Can I come in? That depends on what you're here to do. I'm here because the last person I loved like a brother is dead and his godson has vanished and I am terrified, Harry. That's it. That's all. I'm not here for Dumbledore. Harry studied him for a long moment. Remus held his gaze, and there was something in his eyes that Harry recognized, the look of a man who knows he's failed at something important and is trying, too late, to do better. Sirius's notes in the hidden study. Remus doesn't believe me. He's too grateful, too dependent. Come in, Harry said. But your wand stays holstered and you don't touch anything. They descended in silence. Remus's footsteps were careful on the stone stairs, and Harry could hear his breathing change as the wards closed around them, the subtle compression of heavy enchantment, like descending in an airplane. At the bottom, the bunker opened up, and Remus stopped walking. He stood in the central corridor and turned in a slow circle, taking in the iron-beamed ceilings, the runic scripts, the branching rooms. His eyes caught on the training room through the open doorway, the practice circle scorched from weeks of combat casting, the wall of repaired and re-repaired practice dummies, the scorch marks and gouges in the stone floor. How long have you been here? Remus asked quietly. Since the night I left Grimmauld Place. That's almost a month. 26 days. Remus turned to look at him, and Harry could see the precise moment the man stopped seeing a runaway teenager and started seeing something else. Something that didn't fit neatly into the categories he'd brought with him. Sit down, Remus, Harry said, gesturing to the study. We need to talk. They sat across from each other at the scarred oak desk, relocated from Grimmauld Place via Creature, who had been ordered to transport it and several other pieces of furniture in a fit of practical thinking that the elf had resented deeply. The desk was covered in Harry's notes, journals, and several open books. Remus's eyes drifted to the titles and his face went carefully blank. Dark arts texts. Yes. Harry, before you say anything, I need to show you something. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the moleskin pouch. He opened it, extracted the bundle of letters, and set them on the desk between them. These are from Sirius. And from Dumbledore. I found them in a hidden study at Grimmauld Place, a warded room that only opened for someone with black family authority. Sirius never mentioned a lot of things. Because Dumbledore made sure he couldn't. Harry pushed the letters across the desk. Read them. Remus picked up the first letter, the one from Dumbledore to Sirius, dated November 1981, with the word malleable in it. Harry watched him read. He watched the color drain from Remus's face. He watched the man's hands begin to shake. Keep going, Harry said. Remus read. Letter after letter, note after note, the entire damning archive. Harry sat in silence and let the evidence do its work. He'd considered how to handle this conversation, whether to summarize, to explain, to editorialize. He'd decided against all of it. The letters spoke for themselves. Dumbledore's own words were more devastating than anything Harry could add. It took 40 minutes. By the end, Remus was sitting very still, his hands flat on the desk, his face the color of old parchment. A muscle in his jaw was jumping rhythmically, like a nerve being struck over and over. He told Snape, Remus said. His voice was barely audible. He told Snape that Harry must die, and he never told me. He told Snape because Snape would keep the secret. He didn't tell you because you might not. Remus stopped. His throat worked. Sirius tried to tell me. Years ago. He came to me with suspicions, theories, and I didn't. I told him he was being paranoid. I told him Dumbledore must have a plan. I know. Sirius wrote about it. Remus closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something that could have been tears or could have been the wolf, pushed close to the surface by extreme emotion. The Horcrux, he said. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in your scar. Yes. And Dumbledore's known since the beginning. Since the night my parents died. And his solution, his plan, is for you to die. Willingly. At the right moment. Like a good little sacrifice. Remus made a sound that wasn't quite human. It came from somewhere deep in his chest, a low vibration that made the hair on Harry's arm stand up. The wolf, definitely. He sat across from me, Remus said, each word measured and precise, in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, 3 days after you disappeared, and he told me he was worried about your mental health. He said you were fragile, grieving, potentially dangerous. He said we needed to find you before you hurt yourself. The measured precision cracked. He looked me in the eye and told me he cared about you like a grandson. That's what he does. He tells you what you need to hear so you'll do what he needs you to do. I know that now. Sirius knew it years ago and you didn't listen. The words landed like a slap. Remus recoiled, and Harry felt a stab of guilt that he immediately suppressed. He couldn't afford to soften this. Remus needed to feel the full weight of what had happened, not just Dumbledore's betrayal, but his own complicity in it. His willingness to trust, to defer, to look away. You're right, Remus said after a long silence. I failed him. I failed both of you. Yeah. You did. I'm sorry. I don't need sorry. I need to know what you're going to do now. Remus looked at the letters spread across the desk. He looked at the books on the shelves, the dark arts texts, the soul magic theory, the ward construction manuals. He looked at Harry. What are you planning? Harry told him. Not everything, not the soul perception breakthrough, not the specifics of the extraction procedure. But the broad strokes. The training. The goal of removing the Horcrux without dying. The intention to face Voldemort on his own terms. The refusal to return to Dumbledore's control. Remus listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the older man sat back in his chair and was quiet for so long that Harry began to wonder if he'd broken something inside him. The dark arts, Remus said finally. You're training in the dark arts because Dumbledore knows every piece of magic I was ever taught. He designed my education. He controlled what I learned, when I learned it, and what I was kept away from. Every spell in my arsenal is something he anticipated, something he knows how to counter. If I fight him with Hogwarts magic, I lose. Full stop. So you're learning the one discipline he doesn't expect. I'm learning the one discipline he spent a century making sure nobody else knows. Dark arts aren't inherently evil, Remus. They're just magic that the establishment doesn't control. Dumbledore banned them from Hogwarts not because they're dangerous but because they make wizards independent. A wizard who knows soul magic doesn't need Albus Dumbledore to tell him what's possible. That's a very Black family perspective. Sirius would agree. Something flickered across Remus's face, pain, recognition, the ghost of a dead friend's reckless grin. He would, Remus admitted. God help me, he absolutely would. The silence stretched. Harry let it. He'd laid his cards on the table and now it was Remus's move. I can't join you down here, Remus said. My transformations, the full moon is in a week, and without Wolfsbane potion, I didn't ask you to join me down here. What are you asking? The same thing I asked Tonks. Be my eyes and ears. Stay in the Order, stay close to Dumbledore, and tell me what he's doing. But more than that, I need you to be honest with me. Not protective. Not careful. Honest. If you think I'm making a mistake, tell me. If you think I'm going too far with the dark arts, tell me. Don't manage me. Don't handle me. Just tell me the truth. Even when it's ugly. Especially when it's ugly. Remus nodded slowly. Then he extended his hand across the desk, and Harry shook it. The man's grip was rougher than Tonks's, the skin calloused and scarred from years of monthly transformations. "There's something you should know," Remus said, not releasing Harry's hand. "Something Dumbledore discussed at the last Order meeting that I don't think was for public consumption. He mentioned it to Snape privately, and I overheard, werewolf hearing." "What?" "He's going to send Snape to you. Not to retrieve you, to assess you. Dumbledore's exact words were, 'I need to know what the boy knows and how he learned it. Severus is the only one who can get close enough to read him without his realizing.' Legilimency. Of course. Snape was the Order's best legilimens, possibly the best in Britain after Dumbledore himself. If Snape got within wand range and made eye contact, he could crack Harry's mind open and read everything. When? Soon. Days, maybe. Dumbledore's getting impatient. The Prophet is running stories about your disappearance every other day, and the Ministry is starting to ask questions he can't deflect. He needs to regain control of the situation. But Snape can't find me here any more than anyone else can. He won't need to find you here. He'll wait for you to surface. You have to go above ground eventually, Harry. And when you do, Snape is very good at being exactly where you don't expect him." Harry filed this away. It was a significant threat. Legilimency was the one discipline he hadn't yet addressed. The dark arts books had references to occlumency, the defensive counterpart, but he hadn't started training in it. He'd been focused on soul magic and combat casting, prioritizing the Horcrux removal and physical survival over mental defense. That had been a mistake. If Snape got into his head, everything was compromised, the bunker's location, his training, his plans, everything. "I need to learn occlumency," Harry said. "Fast. I can't teach you. I'm not a legilimens. Neither am I. But the books might have something." Remus hesitated. "There is one person who could teach you. Someone outside the Order, outside Dumbledore's influence." "Who?" "Andromeda. Tonks's mother. She was a Black before she married Ted. She was trained in occlumency from childhood, all the Blacks were, it was part of their education. And she's one of the few people alive who learned the craft from a genuine master. Would she help? She despises Dumbledore. Has for years. He could have intervened when the Black family disowned her for marrying a Muggleborn, and he didn't. He told her it was best to let old wounds heal naturally. She's never forgiven him for that. Can you contact her without the Order knowing?" "I can try. She and Tonks aren't on the best terms. Nymphadora's choice to join the Order was a point of contention, but if Tonks asks her, do it. As soon as possible." Remus left an hour later, climbing the stairs with the careful steps of a man carrying a new and terrible weight. At the door, he turned back. "Harry. The dark arts, I need you to hear me say this, because Sirius would want someone to say it. They're not just tools. They respond to emotional extremes. Anger, grief, fear, those are the fuels that dark magic burns most efficiently, and it will encourage you to feel them more intensely because it feeds on them. The magic doesn't corrupt you in some mystical sense, but it does create a feedback loop. The more you use it, the more you feel the emotions that power it, and the more of those emotions you feel, the more I use it. I know. Tonks already gave me the talk. I'm not giving you a talk. I'm telling you what I saw happen to people I loved. Sirius's family, the Blacks, they were brilliant, powerful, and almost universally damaged. Not because they were evil. Because they spent generations immersed in magic that rewarded them for being angry and afraid, and eventually they couldn't tell the difference between the magic's hunger and their own emotions. Harry looked at him steadily. "I hear you. And I promise I'm being careful. But Remus, I spent 14 years being careful, being good, being the boy Dumbledore wanted me to be. And where did it get me? Sirius is dead. Cedric is dead. Voldemort is back. And the man who's supposed to be on my side is planning my murder. I know. So I'm done being safe. I'm going to be effective. And if that means dark magic, then that's what it means." Remus said nothing for a long moment. Then, very quietly, "James would be terrified for you. And proud of you. And Lily would be figuring out how to help. I know." He left. The door sealed. Harry stood at the top of the stairs and listened to the silence settle. Then he went back downstairs and pulled the invisible art from the shelf. Chapter 12, Occlumency Through Shadow, The Black Family Method. Because of course the Blacks had their own version. They had their own version of everything. The Black method of occlumency was nothing like what Snape had tried to teach Harry the previous year. Snape's approach had been brute force, clear your mind, Potter, as if mental defense were simply a matter of willpower. Harry had failed spectacularly, and Snape had seemed to take satisfaction in that failure, which made sense now that Harry understood Snape's role in Dumbledore's plan. A Harry who could defend his mind was a Harry who might discover what was being hidden from him. The Black method was different. Instead of clearing the mind, an almost impossible task for anyone with a functioning brain, it used shadow magic to create a layered mental architecture. You didn't empty your thoughts, you organized them. Important memories, real plans, genuine emotions, these went deep, into shadow-constructed vaults within the mind. Surface thoughts were populated with mundane information, emotional noise, the trivial mental chatter of everyday existence. A Legilimens probing a black-trained mind wouldn't hit a wall, which was suspicious in itself, only trained Occlumens had walls. They'd hit what appeared to be a normal, undefended mind full of ordinary thoughts. They'd have to dig deep to find the vaults, and digging deep took time, effort, and sustained contact. A casual probe, the kind Snape or Dumbledore might attempt in passing, would reveal nothing. Harry began constructing his mental architecture that night. It was painstaking work. Each vault had to be built from shadow stuff drawn inward through meditation, shaped by intent, and anchored to a specific emotional or conceptual category. Harry built a vault for the letters. A vault for the bunker's location. A vault for his training progress. A vault for his plans regarding the Horcrux. And, deepest of all, a vault for the things he couldn't afford anyone to see, his soul perception abilities, the sight of the parasite clinging to his golden light, and the growing certainty that he could remove it. The surface of his mind, he populated with grief. Easy enough, the grief was real, omnipresent, and Dumbledore would expect it. A Legilimens probing Harry's thoughts would find exactly what they expected, a 15-year-old boy drowning in sorrow over his godfather's death. Messy, painful, completely convincing. The shadow vault sat beneath, invisible. It took 4 days of intensive work to complete the basic structure. Harry tested it by attempting to legitimize himself, a technique described in the book that involved using soul perception to view one's own mind from the outside. From the external perspective, his mind looked exactly as it should, chaotic, emotional, young. The vaults were undetectable. He wasn't foolish enough to think this would stop Dumbledore. The old man was probably the most skilled Legilimens in Europe, and if he got sustained, focused access to Harry's mind, he might eventually find the vaults. But for a quick probe, the kind you'd attempt through eye contact across a room, or through Snape as a proxy, it would hold. It would have to. Harry had been underground for 31 days when Snape found him. Not in the bunker. Harry wasn't that careless. It happened above ground, in Muggle London, on a grey Tuesday afternoon when Harry had surfaced for supplies. He'd expanded his routine since the first shopping trip. The glamour was better now, not just cosmetic changes but a full-body alteration charm that shifted his height, his build, his gait. He'd taken Tonks's critique about walking like Harry Potter seriously and practiced moving differently, loosening his shoulders, changing his stride length. Combined with Muggle clothes and a beanie, he was effectively unrecognizable. Or so he thought. He was in a Waterstones on Euston Road, browsing the science section for books on anatomy and neurology. Soul magic required an understanding of the physical body as well as the magical one, and Corvinus recommended studying Muggle medicine, when the air pressure changed. It was subtle. A faint compression, like someone had opened a door in an adjacent room. Harry's shadow sight, which he now maintained constantly, layered beneath his normal vision, showed him a new shadow entering the store. A shadow that moved with deliberate, predatory grace. Harry didn't turn around. He pulled a book off the shelf, opened it to a random page, and used the faint reflection in the store's glass-fronted display case to look behind him. Severus Snape was standing at the end of the aisle, wearing Muggle clothes that looked profoundly wrong on him, black trousers, a dark coat, a scarf that did nothing to soften the angular severity of his face. His eyes were fixed on Harry with the focused intensity of a hawk watching a mouse. Harry's pulse spiked. He controlled it instantly, pushing the adrenaline down into the shadow vaults of his mind and replacing his surface thoughts with bland surprise and mild alarm. Snape began walking toward him. Harry closed the anatomy book, replaced it on the shelf, and turned around. He didn't reach for his wand. He didn't run. He let Snape close the distance until they were 10 feet apart, separated by a display of best-selling paperbacks. "Potter," Snape said. His voice was low, pitched for Harry's ears only. "You look remarkably well for someone the entire wizarding world believes is dead in a ditch." "Professor. Nice scarf." Snape's lip curled. "The headmaster has been searching for you." "I know. I read the papers. He is concerned." "I'm sure." They stared at each other across the paperback display. Harry could feel Snape's legitimacy pressing at the edges of his mind, not a full assault, more like fingers testing a locked door. Gentle, probing, professional. Looking for the easy way in. The shadow vaults held. Snape's probe slid across the surface of Harry's mind and found exactly what Harry wanted him to find: grief, confusion, teenage defiance. Nothing strategic. Nothing dangerous. Something shifted in Snape's expression. A flicker of surprise, quickly hidden. "You've learned a clemency," Snape said. "I've learned a lot of things." "Did Dumbledore send you?" "The headmaster asked me to locate you and assess your condition." "My condition is fine. You can report back." "It is not that simple, and you know it. The headmaster requires me to come back and play my part." "I know what part that is, Professor. I found out exactly what he has planned for me." Snape went very still. The legitimacy pressure increased, sharper now, more focused. Harry felt it pushing against his defenses like a blade testing for weak points. "You will need to be more specific," Snape said carefully. "Will I? You don't know what I'm talking about. Neither can live while the other survives." Ring any bells? "How about the boy must die, Severus? At the right time, in the right way?" The color drained from Snape's face in a way that Harry had never seen before. Not anger. Not contempt. Something more fundamental, the expression of a man watching a house of cards collapse. "Where did you?" Sirius kept copies. "Letters, notes, Dumbledore's own handwriting. Everything the headmaster told you about me, about the Horcrux, about the plan." Sirius intercepted it all, and he left it for me to find. Snape's wand hand twitched. Harry tracked the movement with shadow sight and shifted his weight slightly, ready to shadow step at the first sign of aggression. "You know about the Horcrux," Snape said. "Not a question. I know about all of it. The soul fragment in my scar. Dumbledore's decision that I need to die. Your role in keeping me ignorant. All of it. The bookstore hummed with Muggle activity around them. A woman browsed the travel section 15 feet away. A teenager sat cross-legged in the young adult aisle, reading. Normal life, continuing normally, while two wizards faced each other across a pile of paperback novels and the wreckage of a decades-long conspiracy. Potter. Snape's voice was different now. Stripped of its usual contempt, it was surprisingly quiet. What you've learned, the letters, you must understand that the situation is more complex than a man deciding a teenager should die. How much more complex does it need to be? The Horcrux is not. Snape stopped himself. His eyes swept the store, checking for observers. This is not the place. Then tell me when and where, and I'll be there. The headmaster is not invited. Snape's expression cycled through something Harry couldn't read, frustration, calculation, and something underneath that looked almost like pain. You're different, Snape said abruptly. You're not the same boy who left Hogwarts a month ago. No. I'm not. The magic on you, it's changed. Your signature is denser. More layered. What have you been doing? Learning. Dark arts. Not a question. Snape could sense it. He'd spent decades around dark magic and could probably smell it on Harry the way Remus could smell physical sense. Among other things. You foolish, reckless, Snape cut himself off. His jaw worked. You have no idea what you're playing with. I know exactly what I'm playing with. I also know that soul magic, a forbidden history, the Corvinus text, says a parasitic soul fragment can be removed without killing the host. Did Dumbledore ever mention that to you? Did he ever suggest there might be another way? Snape's silence was answer enough. That's what I thought, Harry said. He pulled the anatomy book back off the shelf and tucked it under his arm. Tell Dumbledore you found me. Tell him I'm alive, healthy, and not coming back. Tell him I know about the Horcrux and I'm handling it myself. And tell him, Harry paused, choosing his words. Tell him that if he sends anyone else after me, I'll release the letters to the Prophet. Every word. His handwriting, his seal, his plans for a 15-year-old boy he was supposed to protect. He will not take that threat lightly. It's not a threat. It's a promise. Potter, Harry. The use of his first name was so jarring that Harry actually blinked. The headmaster's plan may be monstrous, but the problem it was designed to solve is real. The Horcrux in your scar is a genuine anchor for the Dark Lord. As long as it exists, he cannot be truly killed. Whatever you think you found in those books, I've found a way to remove it without dying. And I'm going to do it. You don't have the skill. You're a child playing with forces, I'm a child who can already see his own soul and the parasite attached to it. 3 weeks of training, Professor. How long did it take you? Snape's mouth opened. Closed. He stared at Harry with an expression of such naked shock that it was almost comical. You achieved soul perception, Snape said flatly. In 3 weeks. My relationship with soul magic is a bit more personal than most, given that I'm carrying a spare. That's not possible. Soul perception takes 6 to 8 months, according to Corvinus. I managed it in 19 days. Harry shouldered the anatomy book and stepped past the paperback display, bringing himself within arm's reach of Snape. He felt the legitimacy surge. Snape couldn't help himself, the instinct was too strong, and let it wash over his shadow defenses like water over stone. I'm not the boy you knew, Professor. I'm not the boy Dumbledore designed. And I am done being underestimated. He turned and walked toward the exit. Potter. Harry stopped but didn't turn. The headmaster will not accept this. You must know that. He has invested decades in this plan, and he believes, genuinely believes, that it is the only way. He's wrong. Perhaps. But a man who believes his course is the only course will do desperate things to maintain it. Do not underestimate him the way he has underestimated you. Was that a warning, Professor? Silence. Harry walked out of the bookstore and into the grey London afternoon. He didn't shadow step, too public, too visible, but he moved fast, weaving through pedestrian traffic with the practiced ease of someone who'd been navigating cities on foot for a month. 3 blocks. 4. A sharp left into a side street, then into an alley where the shadows were deep enough. He shadow-stepped. The world went cold and dark and silent for a heartbeat, and then he was back in the bunker, standing at the base of the staircase, breathing hard. He replayed the conversation in his head, analyzing it from every angle. Snape hadn't tried to capture him. Hadn't tried to stun him or use the full body bind or any of the dozen methods an experienced wizard could use to subdue a teenager in close quarters. He'd talked. And at the end, he'd warned Harry. Genuinely warned him. Why? The letters had shown Snape as Dumbledore's co-conspirator, but they'd also shown something else, a man who followed orders he was deeply uncomfortable with. Snape's role in the plan wasn't eager participation. It was grim, dutiful compliance, driven by motivations the letters only hinted at. Something to do with Lily, Harry's mother, and a debt Snape felt he owed to her memory. A man carrying that kind of debt might cooperate with Dumbledore's plan. But he might also provide a crucial warning to the boy he was helping to destroy, if that boy showed the spine to fight back. Snape was a wild card. Not an ally, not an enemy. Something more complicated and potentially more useful than either. Harry added this assessment to his journal and moved on to the immediate problem: Snape would report back to Dumbledore. Within hours, the old man would know that Harry was alive, trained in dark arts, aware of the Horcrux, and uncooperative. Dumbledore's response would determine what happened next. Harry went to the training room and started drilling. Shadow step, strike, shield, move. Shadow step, strike, shield, move. His body knew the patterns now, muscle memory building on weeks of daily repetition. He could shadow step and cast simultaneously, materializing mid-spell with his wand already aimed and his magic already flowing. He could layer a blood ward burst over a standard protego, creating a shield that not only blocked incoming spells but pushed back with percussive force. He could fight in complete darkness using shadow sight, which gave him a massive advantage in any environment where he could control the lighting. He realized with a kind of grim satisfaction, becoming genuinely dangerous. Not Dumbledore-level dangerous, not yet. But dangerous enough that attacking him would carry a real cost. And that was the point. He didn't need to be stronger than Dumbledore. He needed to be expensive enough to fight that the old man would think twice. Tonks arrived that evening for their regular Thursday session. She took one look at his face and said, "What happened?" "Snape found me. Above ground. In a bookstore." Her hair went from pink to dark red in the space of a breath. "How much does he know?" "He knows I'm alive, training in dark arts, and aware of the Horcrux plan. He tried legilimency, it didn't work, the black method held. But he'll report everything back to Dumbledore. We knew this would happen eventually." Tonks started pacing, her boots echoing in the stone corridor. "All right. What's our exposure?" "He doesn't know where the bunker is. He doesn't know about you or Remus working with me. He knows I've achieved soul perception, because I told him, I wanted him off balance." "You told him?" "Harry, I wanted Dumbledore to know. I wanted him to realize that his weapon has figured out the game and is building its own solution. It puts pressure on him. Forces him to act instead of plan, and people who act in a hurry make mistakes." Tonks stopped pacing and looked at him. A slow, reluctant smile spread across her face. "That's actually not bad strategy." "Who taught you that?" "Sirius used to talk about chess. He said the best move isn't always the strongest one, sometimes it's the one that forces your opponent to react." Spoken like a true black. They sparred for 2 hours. Harry was sharper than he'd been, the encounter with Snape having honed his reflexes to a keen edge. He caught Tonks with a shadow step combination that she hadn't seen before, appearing from a ceiling shadow, inverted, casting downward, and the look on her face when his stunner hit her shield was pure, startled admiration. "Where did you learn that?" "Made it up. The book says shadow magic is improvisational, the shadows don't care about physics, so neither should the caster." "Attacking from the ceiling." "Merlin." She shook her head. "You're going to give someone a heart attack doing that." "That's the plan." Afterward, Tonks briefed him on order developments. "Dumbledore's strategy has shifted. He stopped framing your disappearance as a grief reaction and started framing it as a potential security threat. At the last meeting, he told the Order that he has reason to believe you may have been exposed to dark magical influence. He cited your connection to Voldemort through the scar and suggested that the soul fragment might be exerting increasing control over your behavior." Harry felt cold settle in his stomach. "He's setting the groundwork to declare me compromised. That's my read. If he can convince enough people that you're being influenced by Voldemort, he gets public support for a forced retrieval. Maybe even ministry authorization for a containment operation." Containment. That's a nice word for imprisonment. The Auror office has protocols for wizards deemed to be under dark influence. Mandatory magical evaluation, supervised detention, therapeutic intervention. It's meant for people who've been imperioused or cursed, but the language is broad enough to apply to, well, to someone like you. Someone who's studying dark arts and refusing to cooperate with the authorities. Yeah. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Hermione and Ron. Have you been able to make contact?" Tonks grimaced. "I got a message to Granger. Discreet, through a Muggle postal service, not Owl Post. I told her you were safe, that you had good reasons for leaving, and that you needed to talk to her. I gave her a time and place for a meeting. Muggle location, no magic. And she came. 2 days ago, a cafe in Camden. She looked like she hadn't slept in a month." "What did she say?" "A lot of things. She cried. She was angry at you, then worried about you, then angry again. Classic Granger emotional processing, everything happens at once and very loudly." Tonks pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket. "She wrote you this. She said she needed to think, but she'd be at the same cafe next Tuesday if you wanted to meet her yourself." Harry took the paper and unfolded it. Hermione's handwriting, small, precise, achingly familiar. "Harry, Tonks told me some of what's happening. Not all of it, she said you should be the one to explain. But enough to know that this isn't just grief, and you haven't gone mad. I'm not going to pretend I understand yet. I don't. You left without telling us, without telling me, and that hurt more than I can describe. Ron and I have been going out of our minds. Mrs. Weasley has been having actual panic attacks. Ginny hasn't spoken more than 10 words in a week. But Tonks said you found something. Something about Dumbledore. And she said that when I hear what it is, I'll understand why you ran. I trust you, Harry. Even when I don't understand you, I trust you. Please let me help. Whatever this is, whatever you found, you don't have to carry it alone. Please be safe. Please be smart. And please eat properly." Tonks said you're living on tinned beans, and I swear to God, Harry James Potter, if you give yourself scurvy on top of everything else I will kill you myself. Love, Hermione. P.S. Ron says, come home, you stupid git. He also says he'll punch anyone who tries to make you do anything you don't want to do, which is sweet but not exactly a comprehensive strategy. Harry read the letter twice, folded it carefully, and put it in his pocket. Tuesday, he said. I'll be there. Harry, if Snape's already found you once above ground, then I'll be more careful. But I'm not hiding from my friends. That's what Dumbledore wants, me isolated, me alone, me dependent on his framework because I've got nothing else. Hermione and Ron are the nothing else that makes his entire plan fall apart. Tonks looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. I'll provide overwatch. Metamorphmagus, remember, I can sit 3 tables away looking like a 60-year-old grandmother and no one will know. Appreciated. She left. Harry read Hermione's letter one more time, then added it to the shadow vault in his mind where he kept the things that mattered most. The days between Thursday and Tuesday passed in a blur of training and preparation. Harry pushed harder than he had since arriving at the bunker, driven by the awareness that Dumbledore's clock was now ticking. The old man knew Harry was awake, aware, and armed. He wouldn't wait long before making his next move. Shadow anchoring was progressing. Harry could now compress a pocket of darkness into a stable sphere about the size of a tennis ball, not yet large enough to hold a soul fragment, but the technique was solid and improving daily. The trick was treating the shadow not as an absence of light but as a substance in its own right, malleable and responsive to magical intent. You had to convince it to hold a shape, the way you'd convince water to stay in a glass, by giving it a container it was willing to occupy. Blood rejection was harder. The theory was clear enough: use blood magic to sever the connections between the Horcrux and Harry's magical core, the way a surgeon would clamp off blood vessels before removing a tumor. But the practical application required a level of precision that Harry was still developing. Each practice session left him dizzy and drained, his scar throbbing with the fragment's distress as it felt the magical connections being tested. The fragment was afraid. Harry could feel it now, a constant undercurrent of alien emotion seeping through the scar, not Voldemort's conscious thoughts but the fragment's instinctive, animal-level terror. It knew what Harry was doing. It knew what was coming. And it was trying to burrow deeper, to sink its roots further into Harry's soul to make extraction more difficult. Harry responded by increasing his meditation sessions, strengthening his soul perception, and practicing the technique of asserting his soul's boundaries. His golden light, his warmth, his self, he pushed it outward, forcing the dark tendrils of the Horcrux back, reclaiming territory that the fragment had occupied for 14 years. It hurt. It hurt enormously, in a way that had nothing to do with physical pain and everything to do with the sensation of pulling a deeply embedded splinter from the most intimate part of yourself. But each session left the fragment smaller, weaker, more isolated. Harry was winning the internal war even before the actual extraction. And then it was Tuesday. The cafe in Camden was a small, independent place wedged between a vintage clothing shop and a tattoo parlor. Harry arrived 20 minutes early, glamored to the teeth, and took a corner booth with sightlines to both doors. He ordered a coffee, black, hot, something to do with his hands, and waited. Tonks was already there, 3 tables away, looking like someone's plump, gray-haired aunt. She had a cup of tea and a paperback novel and she didn't glance in Harry's direction once. Professional. Hermione arrived exactly on time. She came through the front door in a rush of summer air and wild hair, wearing a muggle sundress and carrying a bag that was clearly expanded on the inside based on the way its shape didn't match its apparent weight. Her eyes swept the cafe with the quick, methodical assessment of someone who'd spent 5 years navigating dangerous situations, and landed on Harry. She knew him instantly. Glamour and all. She crossed the cafe, slid into the booth across from him, and stared at him for a long 5 seconds. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Her jaw was set. "You look like a different person," she said. "I am, a bit. You've been eating. Tonks makes me. Good. I'll send her a fruit basket." Hermione's voice was steady, but her hands, flat on the table, were shaking slightly. "Talk to me, Harry. Tell me everything. Don't leave anything out and don't try to protect me from it." So he told her. He told her about the hidden study and the letters. He told her about Dumbledore's plan, the Horcrux, the willing sacrifice, the 15 years of engineered loneliness. He told her about malleable and shaped and a boy with deep roots does not walk willingly into death. He told her about the bunker, the training, the dark arts, the soul perception breakthrough. Hermione listened without interrupting. Her face went through a transformation that Harry watched with a kind of detached fascination, disbelief, then horror, then fury, then a terrible, focused calm that he recognized as Hermione's problem-solving mode. The mode where emotion got shelved and intellect took over because the problem was too big for feelings to handle. When he finished, she was quiet for almost a full minute. "The Corvinus text," she said. "How complete is your copy?" Of all the things she could have said, that was so perfectly Hermione that Harry almost laughed. Complete. Original, unredacted. And the extraction procedure, you said it requires soul perception, shadow anchoring, and blood rejection. You've achieved the first. The other two are in progress. Yes. What's the timeline? Months. Maybe longer for the extraction itself. But I'm ahead of schedule on everything so far. Hermione pulled a notebook from her bag, of course she had a notebook, and began writing. I need to read the Corvinus text. Not all of it, I know you can't bring it out of the bunker, but the chapters on parasitic soul fragments. I need to understand the theory. Hermione, this is dark arts. She looked up from her notebook, and her eyes were hard in a way Harry had never seen before. 3 days ago, Dumbledore sat in the Weasleys' kitchen and told us you were vulnerable to dark influence and that we should be prepared for the possibility that you might not be yourself when we found you. He was laying the groundwork to have you declared mentally compromised. He looked at me and said, I know this is difficult, Miss Granger, but we must consider the possibility that Harry is no longer acting of his own free will. She set her pen down. That man looked me in the eye and told me my best friend might be possessed by Voldemort. Not because it's true, but because it's convenient. Because it gives him cover to drag you back and put you on the path to dying. Her voice was shaking now, not with fear but with cold, precise anger. I spent 5 years trusting him. 5 years believing he was the greatest wizard of the age and that he had our best interests at heart. And the whole time, he was planning to murder you. Hermione, don't. Don't tell me to calm down. Don't tell me it's complicated. A man planned to kill my best friend and I helped him do it. Every year, every adventure, it was all training. All preparation. Getting you ready to die bravely. She pressed her hands flat on the table, hard, as if anchoring herself. You asked Tonks if I would stand with you or with the institution. The answer is you, Harry. It has always been you. I just didn't know the institution was trying to kill you. Harry reached across the table and put his hand over hers. She gripped it fiercely, her fingers cold. I need you, he said. Not just as a friend. I need your brain. The soul magic is complex. It draws on principles of magical theory that I'm still learning. You're better at theory than anyone I know. Then let me study the texts. Bring me into the bunker if you have to, or copy the relevant chapters. I'll analyze the extraction procedure, identify the risks, develop contingencies. It has to be secret. If the Order finds out you're helping me, I'll handle the Order. I'll tell Molly I need to go home to my parents for a few weeks. She'll fuss, but she won't stop me. Once I'm away from the burrow, I'm off their radar. What about Ron? Hermione hesitated. Ron is struggling. He believes you're safe because Tonks told him so, but he doesn't know about Dumbledore's plan. And I'm not sure he can know. Not yet. Why not? Because Ron's entire family is Order. His parents, his brothers, Bill, Charlie, the twins, they're all loyal to Dumbledore. If Ron finds out the truth, he'll have to choose between his family and you, and I don't. She stopped. I don't want to be the one who forces that choice. Not before he's ready. Harry nodded slowly. She was right. He hated it, but she was right. I'll tell him, Harry said. When the time comes, I'll tell him myself. But for now, yeah. Keep him in the dark. He'll be furious when he finds out. He'll get over it. He always does. Hermione smiled, small, wobbly, real. You've changed, Harry. Not in a bad way. You're just, more yourself. Like someone peeled off a layer that was keeping you blurry. That's the dark arts. They burn away everything that isn't real. That's terrifying. A little. But also kind of liberating. They talked for another hour. Harry laid out the situation in detail, the bunker, the training schedule, the alliance with Tonks and Remus, the encounter with Snape, the threat of Dumbledore's escalation. Hermione absorbed it all with the ferocious concentration of someone building a mental model, asking pointed questions about ward structure, soul magic theory, and the legal implications of goblin-brokered property. By the time they left the cafe, separately, 5 minutes apart, like a spy film, they had a plan. Hermione would extract herself from the burrow within the week. She'd come to the bunker, study the Corvinus text, and begin developing a theoretical framework for the Horcrux extraction. She'd also research the legal angles. If Dumbledore tried to have Harry declared compromised, they needed to know the law well enough to fight it. Harry walked 3 blocks, ducked into an alley, and shadow-stepped back to the bunker. The darkness swallowed him gratefully, the familiar cold rush of between space, and he materialized in his training room with Hermione's letter still warm in his pocket and a feeling in his chest that he hadn't experienced in weeks. Not hope. Something more grounded than hope. Certainty. He wasn't alone anymore. Not really. The old man had spent 15 years making sure Harry had no roots, no anchors, nothing that would make him choose life over sacrifice. But roots weren't something you could prevent by engineering loneliness. Roots were something you grew yourself, in whatever soil you found, by whatever light was available. Even 40 feet underground. Harry opened his journal and wrote, Day 33. Hermione's in. Snape's warned Dumbledore. The clock is ticking. Dumbledore thinks he's playing chess. He thinks he's still 5 moves ahead, still controlling the board, still pushing pieces toward their inevitable sacrifice. But chess has a flaw that Dumbledore never accounted for. The pieces can decide to stop playing. He closed the journal, picked up Soul Magic, and turned to Chapter 8, Advanced Shadow Anchoring, Creating the Vessel. Outside the bunker, 31 feet above, a train pulled into King's Cross Station. Hundreds of people disembarked, hurrying to their lives. None of them knew that beneath their feet, a war was being waged in silence, not with armies or declarations, but with books and blood and the fierce, quiet refusal of a boy who'd been told his death was inevitable. Harry read. Harry trained. Harry grew. And the old man, sitting in his tower at Hogwarts, stared at a letter written in a teenager's furious hand and tried to figure out where, exactly, he'd lost control of his most important chess piece. He hadn't. He'd never had it. He just hadn't known. Chapter 4, What the Dark Teaches. The thing about Nocturne Alley was that it looked exactly the way fearful people imagined it, all crooked shadows, suspicious shopkeepers, and the general ambience of a place where a throat-slitting might break out at any moment. What nobody mentioned was that it also smelled like excellent coffee. Harry discovered this on the morning of Day 37, when he walked through the entrance off Diagon Alley wearing a glamour so thorough that his own mother wouldn't have recognized him. He'd aged himself up to about 25, added a short beard, changed his eye color to gray, and broadened his shoulders by 2 inches. The scar was buried under 3 layers of concealment, and his magical signature, the part that Snape had been able to read, was dampened by a new trick from the Black Family Occlumency texts, a shadow shroud that wrapped his core in a layer of muted static. He looked like any other young wizard with slightly dodgy taste in neighborhood and an early morning errand in the less reputable end of the shopping district. The coffee came from a narrow, windowless establishment called the Rusty Cauldron, which served as an informal meeting point for the kind of wizards and witches who didn't fit neatly into the ministry's approved categories. Harry had learned about it from an appendix in Blood and Bone. The author had apparently been a regular, and the footnotes contained more practical information about the dark arts community than the main text did. He ordered a black coffee from a witch who looked about 90 and had fingers stained permanently blue with potion residue. She didn't ask his name, didn't glance at his face, didn't do anything except pour the coffee and take his coin. Harry sat in a corner booth, drank, and watched. The clientele was not what he'd expected. He'd anticipated Death Eaters and criminals, the kind of people the Prophet warned about when it ran its quarterly scare pieces about the dark underbelly of magical Britain. Instead, he saw scholars, researchers, elderly witches with ink-stained robes and the distracted expressions of people whose minds were permanently lodged in theoretical problems. A wizard with a prosthetic hand made of living wood, reading a journal written in runes Harry didn't recognize. Two young women huddled over a cauldron-sized book, arguing about ward resonance theory in whispers that were just loud enough for Harry to catch the gist. These weren't dark wizards in the Prophet's sense. These were practitioners, people who studied the branches of magic that Hogwarts and the Ministry had declared off-limits. Not because they wanted to hurt anyone, but because the knowledge called to them and they decided that institutional approval was less important than intellectual honesty. Harry understood that impulse on a level that went bone deep. He was on his second coffee when a man sat down across from him without invitation. The man was old, not Dumbledore old, but somewhere in his 70s, with a weathered face and dark eyes that held the particular sharpness of someone who had spent a lifetime looking at things other people couldn't see. His robes were plain, well-made, and almost aggressively unremarkable. His hands, resting on the table, were covered in thin white scars, the kind that came from years of blood magic practice. "You're new," the man said. Not a question. His accent was vaguely Eastern European, smoothed by decades of living elsewhere. "Just passing through," Harry said. "No one passes through the rusty cauldron. You either know this place or you don't, and if you know it, you came here looking for something." The man studied Harry's glamour with the casual intensity of someone evaluating a painting. "Your concealment work is very good. Black family technique, unless I'm mistaken. The shadow shroud on your magical signature is particularly elegant." Harry's hand drifted toward his wand under the table. "Relax, young man. I'm not here to expose you. I'm here because I noticed your aura the moment you walked in, and it tells a more interesting story than your face does." He extended a scarred hand. "Miroslav Kroll. I teach what the Ministry doesn't want taught." "And what's that?" "Soul magic, primarily. Though I dabble in blood theory and shadowcraft when the mood strikes." His dark eyes glinted. "You're carrying something that doesn't belong to you. Something dark, attached to your core. I can see it, not clearly, but enough. It's the reason you're here, isn't it?" Harry's pulse quickened. He kept his face neutral, the shadow vaults in his mind sealed tight, but his thoughts were racing. This man could see the Horcrux. Not through legilimency, Harry would have felt that, but through direct magical perception. Soul sight, or something like it. "I might be interested in soul magic," Harry said carefully. "You're beyond interested. You've already begun studying it, I can see the meditation patterns in your aura. Someone's been doing the Corvinus exercises." Kroll smiled. It was a surprisingly warm expression for a man with serial killer scars on his hands. "The Corvinus text, yes. The real one, not the Ministry-approved castration they distribute to unspeakables." "How do you know about Corvinus?" "I knew Corvinus rather well. We studied together in Prague, before the ICW declared soul magic a restricted discipline and drove everyone who practiced it underground." Kroll's smile faded. "Corvinus was killed in 1971 by a Ministry hit squad. They called it a containment action. He was 53 years old, and his crime was understanding magic that the people in power didn't want understood." Harry was quiet for a moment. The coffee sat cooling between them, and the background noise of the rusty cauldron, murmured conversations, clinking cups, the scratch of quills, seemed to recede. "I need help," Harry said. He'd come here looking for books and information, not for a teacher. But the universe had apparently decided to be generous for once, and he wasn't going to waste it. I'm trying to remove a parasitic soul fragment. I've achieved soul perception. I'm working on shadow anchoring and blood rejection. But the books can only take me so far. Kroll's expression shifted. The casual curiosity was gone, replaced by something more serious. A parasitic soul fragment. You're talking about a Horcrux. Yes. Attached to you personally. Since I was a baby. Kroll leaned back in his chair and looked at Harry with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Remove your glamour. Not here, there's a room in the back, warded for privacy. I need to see what I'm working with. Harry hesitated. This was a risk, a massive one. He didn't know this man. He didn't know if Kroll was trustworthy, or if he'd sell Harry's identity to the highest bidder, or if he was simply insane. The Rusty Cauldron was full of people who operated outside the law, and outside the law, loyalty was a luxury. But Harry's instincts, honed by 5 years of life-threatening situations and a month of training that had stripped away every layer of self-deception, said that Kroll was genuine. The man's aura, visible through Harry's developing soul perception, was clean. Complex, layered with decades of experience, but clean. No dark taint. No malice. Just the steady, deep resonance of someone who had spent a lifetime pursuing knowledge. Lead the way, Harry said. The back room of the Rusty Cauldron was small, stone-walled, and warded with a density that made Harry's teeth ache. Kroll sealed the door behind them and gestured to a chair. Harry sat, took a breath, and dropped the glamour. His real face emerged, 15 years old, green eyes, the scar. Kroll looked at him, and his expression went through something that might have been surprise, might have been recognition, might have been a strange sort of sadness. Harry Potter, Kroll said. Of course. You know who I am. Everyone knows who you are, Mr. Potter. But very few people know what you are. Kroll pulled a second chair close and sat facing Harry, their knees almost touching. May I look? Properly, I mean. Soul sight, not legilimency. I want to see the fragment. How do I know you won't? You don't. But you came to Nocturne Alley looking for answers, and I'm the only person in this building, possibly the only person in this country, who has actually performed a parasitic soul extraction on a living host. Corvinus did it twice. I did it once, in 1969, on a woman in Budapest who had been cursed with a fragment by a dark wizard named Grindelwald. Harry stared. Grindelwald made Horcruxes. Grindelwald experimented with soul magic extensively during his rise. He created 3 parasitic fragments, each attached to a strategic target, people he wanted to control or monitor. The ICW destroyed 2 of the hosts rather than attempt extraction. I saved the 3rd. Is she still alive? She died in 1994, at the age of 87. Of natural causes. Kroll's voice softened. She lived a full life after the extraction. Married, had children, ran a magical bookshop in Vienna. The procedure didn't diminish her. If anything, it made her stronger. Her magic had been fighting the fragment for decades, and once it was gone, the strength it had built remained. Harry's throat tightened. He swallowed hard. Look. Kroll closed his eyes, and Harry felt something he'd never experienced before, a gentle, gossamer thin touch against his soul, so different from legilimency that the comparison was almost absurd. Where legilimency was a probe, a forced entry, this was more like a knock on a door. Harry's soul responded instinctively, opening just enough to allow observation. Kroll's breath caught. Remarkable, he murmured. You've been carrying this since infancy? Since I was 15 months old. And you've already begun asserting your soul's boundaries. I can see the work you've done, the fragment is compressed, weakened. You've been pushing it back. Every day. The connections to your core are deep but degraded. If this were a fresh attachment, I'd say extraction would take a year of preparation. But you've been fighting it unconsciously your whole life, and consciously for, how long? About 5 weeks. Kroll opened his eyes. His expression was unreadable. 5 weeks. I know it's not enough, it's extraordinary. I've never seen a host achieve this level of separation in 5 weeks. It took me 3 months with the woman in Budapest, and she was a trained practitioner. He paused, considering. The prophecy connection, perhaps. And the maternal blood sacrifice, it's still active in your system, isn't it? Fighting the fragment at a level below conscious awareness. I think so. My mother's protection, I've been studying it. It's been working against the Horcrux since the beginning. It's been doing more than working against it. It's been containing it, preventing it from integrating fully. Without that protection, the fragment would have consumed your personality years ago. Your mother's love didn't just save your life that night, Mr. Potter. It's been saving it every day since. Harry said nothing. He couldn't. Kroll gave him a moment, then continued in a brisk, professional tone. The extraction is possible. I want to be clear about that from the start, it is absolutely, unequivocally possible. But there are complications. Tell me. The fragment is connected to a larger soul network. Horcruxes don't exist in isolation, they resonate with each other and with the primary soul. When you remove this fragment, the primary soul will know. The Dark Lord will feel it. I expected that. There's more. The fragment has been in your system for 14 years. Even degraded, even contained, it has left traces, magical pathways, neural patterns, emotional associations. Removing it cleanly is essential, but there will be residual effects. You may lose some abilities that were enhanced by the fragment's presence, Parseltongue, most likely, and possibly some of the raw power amplification. Harry thought about it. Parseltongue had never been something he'd chosen, and the idea of losing it didn't sting the way he might have expected. The power loss was more concerning, but, the dark arts training, Kroll said, reading his expression. You're wondering if your own developed power will compensate. Will it? More than compensate. The magical development you've undergone in the past 5 weeks is genuine, it's yours, built from your own core, not borrowed from the fragment. You may actually be more powerful after extraction, not less. The fragment has been a parasite, remember. It's been siphoning energy as well as contributing it. Once it's gone, your full magical potential will be available to you for the first time. The full weight of that statement settled on Harry like a hand on his shoulder. His full magical potential. Not the version Dumbledore had managed, not the version the Horcrux had complicated, not the version the Dursleys had tried to crush. His. All of it. What do I need to do? Harry asked. Kroll folded his scarred hands. Continue the shadow anchoring exercises. You'll need a stable vessel at least twice the size of the fragment, the shadow anchor should be approximately the size of a snitch. Continue the blood rejection practice, but increase the sessions to twice daily. And most importantly, continue the soul assertion meditation. Push the fragment back as far as you can. The more compressed and isolated it is before extraction, the cleaner the procedure will be. Will you help me? With the actual extraction? Kroll was quiet for a moment. I will prepare you. I will guide you. But the extraction itself must be performed by you. The host must be the one to sever the connection, it's a fundamental requirement of parasitic soul mechanics. No one else can reach inside your soul and pull the fragment out. They can only give you the tools and the knowledge. Then give me the tools and the knowledge. How often can you meet? I can come to the surface twice a week. More if needed. Make it 3 times. Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. Early morning, before the alley gets crowded. I'll teach you what Corvinus taught me, and what I've learned since. Kroll stood, and despite his age, the movement was fluid and strong. One more thing, Mr. Potter. The man who let this happen to you, the one who decided your death was an acceptable solution, he will try to stop this. You understand that? Dumbledore. I don't need to know names. I need to know that you're prepared for the interference. I'm prepared. Good. Then I'll see you Thursday. Kroll extended his hand again. Harry shook it. The scars on Kroll's palm were rough against Harry's skin. You're doing something remarkable, you know. Not the magic, the choice. You chose to live when a powerful man told you to die. That's the hardest magic of all. He left the room. Harry sat alone for a moment, breathing. Then he replaced his glamour, finished his cold coffee at the bar, and slipped out of the rusty cauldron into the grey morning light of Knockturn Alley. He had a teacher. He had a plan. He had a timeline. Now he just had to survive long enough to use them. Hermione arrived at the bunker on day 39, carrying 2 expanded bags stuffed with books, a sleeping bag, a portable brewing station she'd assembled from a Muggle camping stove and a stolen Hogwarts cauldron, and an expression of fierce determination that made her look about 10 years older than 15. I told Mrs. Weasley I was going to my parents' house, she said, dumping the bags in the corridor. She cried. I almost told her the truth just to make her stop, which is probably exactly why Dumbledore keeps her in the dark. She's such an effective emotional shield that nobody wants to upset her. How long can you stay? As long as I need to. My parents think I'm at the Weasleys. The Weasleys think I'm at my parents'. It's the oldest trick in the book, but it works because nobody actually checks. She looked around the bunker, taking in the stone walls, the iron beams, the blue-white conjured light. Cozy. It grows on you. Like a fungus, I'm sure. She turned to him, and the businesslike mask dropped for just a moment. Harry, before we start. I need to say something. Okay. I'm sorry. For not seeing it sooner. For trusting Dumbledore without questioning it. For all the times I told you to go to him with problems, to trust his judgment, to believe that he had your best interests. Her voice hitched. I was so stupid. You weren't stupid. You were a kid trusting an adult who was supposed to be trustworthy. We all were. I'm supposed to be the clever one. I'm supposed to see things. Hermione. Stop. You're here now. That's what matters. She nodded, blinked hard, and squared her shoulders. Right. Show me the Corvinus text. They spent the next 6 hours in the study, with Harry reading aloud from Soul Magic and Hermione asking questions at a rate that would have made a machine gun jealous. She filled an entire notebook with observations, cross-references, and theoretical analyses, occasionally pausing to consult other texts she'd brought, advanced magical theory, arithmancy references, even a Muggle physics textbook. The soul perception mechanics map onto quantum observation theory, she said at one point, pacing the study with her hair escaping its elastic. The act of observation changes the observed phenomenon. When you look at the Horcrux through soul sight, you're not just seeing it, you're interacting with it. That's why the fragment reacts with fear. Your perception is a force. Corvinus says something similar. He calls it observer pressure. Yes, but he doesn't go far enough. Observer pressure isn't just a side effect, it's a tool. If you can increase the pressure, through more focused observation, through emotional intensity, through, she stopped mid-pace, her eyes widening. Through love. What? Your mother's sacrifice. It's love magic, the most powerful kind. It's been exerting observer pressure on the Horcrux since the moment it attached. That's why the fragment could never fully integrate. It's been under constant observation by the most powerful force in magical theory. She grabbed the Corvinus text and flipped pages frantically. Here, chapter 9, he talks about emotional resonance as a factor in extraction success. The stronger the host's emotional bond to their own identity, the easier the extraction. And what's the strongest emotional bond? Love. Love. Love of self, love of life, love of the people who matter to you. Dumbledore told you love was your greatest power and then spent 15 years systematically stripping away everything you loved so you'd have nothing left to live for. He understood the theory and he weaponized it in reverse. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry stared at Hermione, and she stared back, and between them the full scope of Dumbledore's manipulation crystallized into something almost unbearably clear. He needed me to love just enough to be brave, Harry said slowly. But not enough to choose life over sacrifice. Yes. Exactly yes. He calibrated it. The Dursleys to keep you starved of love. Hogwarts to give you just enough, friends, belonging, a sense of purpose, so you'd be willing to die for it. But never so much that you'd fight to live. Never so much that you'd refuse. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. It's brilliant. It's the most evil thing I've ever heard. Harry let that sink in. Then he took a breath and pushed it down into the part of himself where fuel was stored. So we reverse engineer it, he said. If love strengthens the extraction, if emotional connection to life and identity makes the procedure more effective, then Dumbledore's own logic defeats him. Because I'm not isolated anymore. I've got you. I've got Tonks, Remus, Ron when the time comes. Every bond one form makes the Horcrux weaker and the extraction easier. That's the theory. Then let's make it practice. They worked. Hermione threw herself into the soul magic theory with the terrifying intensity she brought to everything, and within days she was contributing insights that Harry hadn't found in months of solo study. She developed a mathematical model of the extraction procedure using arithmancy, predicting the optimal conditions for each phase and identifying potential failure points. She brewed potions from blood and bone that enhanced blood magic sensitivity and reduced the physical toll of daily practice. She even improved the bunker's ward structure, applying principles from the goblin texts that Harry had overlooked. The bunker became a different place with Hermione in it. Not just fuller, but sharper. She organized the books into a proper library, cross-referenced by subject and difficulty level. She created a training schedule that balanced all three disciplines, soul magic, shadowcraft, and blood magic, with rest periods, nutrition, and what she called emotional maintenance, which was her way of saying they needed to actually talk to each other about things other than magic. They talked. Over meals of increasingly sophisticated food, Hermione had brought actual cooking supplies and refused to eat tinned beans on principle. They talked about Sirius, about Hogwarts, about the future. About fear. About what it meant to grow up being lied to by everyone you trusted. Do you think McGonagall knows? Hermione asked one evening, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the training room while Harry practiced shadow anchoring. About the Horcrux. I don't think so. The letters only mentioned Snape. But about the general plan. The manipulation. The Dursleys. Harry compressed the shadow sphere, feeling it solidify between his palms. It was the size of a golf ball now, not big enough yet, but getting there. McGonagall argued against placing me with the Dursleys. I overheard that, first year, Hagrid told me. She watched them for a day and told Dumbledore they were the worst kind of muggles. And he overruled her. He always overrules everyone. That's the thing about Dumbledore, people disagree with him, but nobody actually stops him. He's accumulated so much authority, so much trust, that even when people think he's wrong, they defer. McGonagall deferred. Remus deferred. The whole order defers. Because he's always been right before. Has he? Or has he just been powerful enough that the consequences of his mistakes fall on other people? Hermione didn't answer. The shadow sphere pulsed between Harry's palms, and he fed it another thread of will, watching it darken and stabilize. The training sessions with Kroll began on Thursday of that week, and they were unlike anything Harry had experienced. Kroll didn't teach the way Hogwarts professors taught. He didn't lecture, didn't demonstrate, didn't assign exercises. Instead, he asked questions. Pointed, probing, uncomfortable questions that forced Harry to articulate what he was doing, why he was doing it, and what he understood about the underlying principles. Why does shadow anchoring require compressed darkness rather than diffuse darkness? Kroll asked during their first session, in the back room of the rusty cauldron with privacy wards humming. Because compressed darkness has higher magical density. More energy per unit of volume. That's the what. I asked for the why. Harry thought about it. Because a soul fragment is compressed. It's a piece of something that was once whole, forced into a smaller form. The anchor needs to match that compression, same density, same pressure, or the fragment won't transfer. It's like, you can't pour water into a container that has a different atmospheric pressure. It'll resist. Better. Now, why darkness specifically? Why not compressed light, or compressed magic, or any other medium? Because souls exist in a space that isn't physical. Shadows are the closest physical analog to that space, they exist in the gap between light and matter. They're not quite one thing or the other. Soul fragments are the same, they're not quite alive, not quite dead, not quite physical, not quite spiritual. Shadow is the medium that can hold them because shadow understands the in-between. Kroll smiled. Now you're thinking like a soul mage. The sessions were exhausting. Kroll pushed Harry harder than any teacher he'd ever had, harder than McGonagall, harder than Moody, infinitely harder than Snape, who had never actually taught Harry anything except how to endure cruelty. Kroll demanded precision, understanding, and honesty. If Harry tried to bluff through a concept he didn't fully grasp, Kroll spotted it instantly and refused to move on until the gap was filled. But the results were extraordinary. Under Kroll's guidance, Harry's shadow anchoring jumped forward dramatically. Within a week, he could create a stable shadow sphere the size of a snitch, the target size Kroll had specified. The sphere was cold and heavy in his hands, dense with compressed darkness, and when Harry looked at it through soul sight, it glowed with a deep, purple-black light that seemed to absorb the gaze rather than reflect it. That will hold a fragment, Kroll confirmed, examining the sphere with soul sight of his own. The compression is excellent. The stability is, well, it's better than mine was at your stage, which is irritating but also encouraging. Blood rejection was progressing too, though more slowly. The technique required Harry to use blood magic to sever the connections between the Horcrux and his magical core, thin tendrils of dark energy that had been growing into him for 14 years. Each tendril had to be identified, isolated, and cut without damaging the surrounding magical tissue. It was surgery, performed with blood magic scalpels on the most delicate part of Harry's being. The first few attempts were agonizing. Each severed tendril sent a jolt of pain through his scar that made the cruciatus feel like a pinch. The Horcrux thrashed and fought, trying to re-establish connections as fast as Harry cut them. He'd end each session trembling, soaked in sweat, his scar bleeding freely. But the fragment was losing ground. Harry could see it in his soul perception meditations, the dark mass was smaller now, its tendrils fewer, its grip on his golden light weakening. It was still fighting, still trying to burrow deeper, but Harry's soul was pushing back with increasing force. The love magic, his mother's sacrifice, amplified by the connections he'd built with Tonks and Hermione and Remus, was burning the fragment like sunlight on frost. Day 45. Day 50. Day 55. Harry marked the tallies in his journal and watched himself transform. It wasn't just magical growth, though that was dramatic enough. It was something more fundamental, a settling, a clarification, like muddy water clearing until you could see the bottom. Harry had spent 15 years not knowing who he was. The boy who lived. Dumbledore's weapon. The Dursleys' unwanted burden. Hogwarts' reluctant hero. Labels assigned by others, identities imposed from outside. Down here, in the dark, with nothing but books and training and a slowly shrinking parasite in his soul, Harry was finding out who he actually was underneath all of that. He was angry. He could admit that now without flinching. Angry at Dumbledore, angry at the wizarding world, angry at every adult who'd looked the other way while a child was abused and manipulated. The anger wasn't going away, and the dark arts, as Remus had warned, fed on it, encouraged it, made it sharper and more potent. But Harry was learning to wield it rather than be wielded by it. Anger was fuel. It powered his shadow magic, drove his blood work, gave his combat casting a brutal efficiency that clean, Hogwarts-approved emotions never had. He was also kind. That surprised him. He'd expected the dark arts to erode his empathy, to sand away the soft parts the way everyone warned they would. Instead, the opposite happened. Soul magic required connection, deep, honest, unsentimental connection to yourself and to others. The more Harry understood his own soul, the more he understood souls in general, and understanding bred compassion. He found himself noticing things about the people around him, Tonks's exhaustion, carefully hidden behind her cheerful mask. Hermione's fear, buried under layers of intellectual focus. Remus's guilt, eating at him like the wolf ate at his body. He noticed, and he cared, and the caring made him stronger. That was the part Dumbledore had never understood. Love wasn't a weakness to be exploited. It wasn't a tool for making someone die bravely. It was power, raw, fundamental, the force that held souls together and tore parasites apart. It was the evening of day 58 when Dumbledore made his move. Harry was in the training room, running combat drills with Tonks. They'd developed a sparring routine that pushed both of them to their limits, Tonks using her full aura repertoire, Harry combining shadow magic, blood wards, and an increasingly creative dark arts toolkit. The sessions were intense, fast, and often resulted in minor injuries that they healed between rounds with casual efficiency. Harry had just tagged Tonks with a new combination, shadow stepping to the ceiling, firing a blood ward burst downward to shatter her shield, then dropping behind her and landing a stunner between her shoulder blades, when Hermione burst into the training room at a dead run. "The Prophet," she said, breathless. She was holding a copy of the evening edition, and her face was white. Front page. Harry caught the paper she threw at him. Ministry declares Harry Potter, at risk, authorized containment operation approved. The Wisengamot today approved an emergency motion, submitted by Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, to classify Harry Potter, 15, as a minor wizard at risk of dark magical influence and to authorize a containment operation for his retrieval. The motion, which passed with a 2/3 majority, grants the Auror Office extraordinary powers to locate and detain Potter, including authorization to penetrate goblin-brokered property protections, where there is reasonable suspicion that the subject is being held or is sheltering. This is not a punitive measure, Dumbledore told the Wisengamot in an impassioned address. This is a rescue. Harry Potter is a vulnerable young man who has been exposed to dark magical influence through no fault of his own. The soul connection he shares with he who must not be named poses a clear and present danger, both to Harry and to the wider wizarding community. We must act to protect him. The motion was opposed by a minority faction led by Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who called it an unprecedented overreach and warned that it set a dangerous precedent for the rights of all magical citizens. Her objections were overruled. Auror teams are expected to begin search operations immediately. Harry read it twice. Beside him, Tonks was reading over his shoulder, and her hair had gone a shade of white he'd never seen. He got the Wisengamot, Tonks said. He actually got a warrant to breach goblin protections. Do you know how many centuries of treaty law that violates? Gringotts won't cooperate, Hermione said. Ragnarok told Harry, Ragnarok won't have a choice. This isn't a normal warrant, it's an emergency decree from the Chief Warlock backed by a Wisengamot supermajority. The goblins can protest, they can file counterclaims, they can scream bloody murder in every legal forum available. But while the legal process plays out, the Aurors have authorization to search. How long before the legal challenges stick? Harry asked. Weeks. Maybe months. The goblin legal apparatus is thorough but slow. Tonks started pacing. Harry, this changes the tactical picture completely. If Auror teams are actively searching London with authorization to penetrate wards, can they find this specific bunker? The wards here are exceptional. Better than anything I've seen outside Hogwarts itself. But an authorized search with full ministry resources means they can deploy ward detection equipment that the regular Auror office doesn't have access to. Department of Mysteries gear. Unspeakable level scanning. How long do we have? Tonks thought about it. Her expression was flat, professional, the Auror in her taking over. The authorization is broad but the search area is all of London. That's a lot of ground to cover, even with unspeakable tech. If they start with known locations, Grimmauld Place, Diagon Alley, known magical neighborhoods, it could be days before they get to King's Cross. But if someone tips them off, if they narrow the search area. Snape, Harry said. Snape saw you near Euston Road. King's Cross is 3 minutes away. If you reported that to Dumbledore, then they know the general area. The three of them looked at each other across the scorched floor of the training room. The iron beams hummed with ward energy above them, a constant thrum of protective magic that had felt invincible an hour ago and now felt paper-thin. I'm not running, Harry said. Harry, Hermione started. No. Listen. If I run, if I abandon the bunker and go into hiding somewhere else, I lose weeks of progress. The ward infrastructure here is built into the stone. The training space, the ritual circle, the blood anchors, I can't replicate this overnight. And every day I delay the Horcrux extraction is a day Dumbledore has to maneuver. So what's the alternative? Tonks asked. Fight the Aurors. Not fight. Deter. Harry looked at the ward anchors, the iron beams, the rune-inscribed stones. I've been building these wards for defense. Passive protection, keep things out, stay hidden, don't be found. But wards can be active too. They can push back. Hermione's eyes narrowed. What are you thinking? The blood wards are keyed to my magical signature. They recognize me as the bunker's owner and defender. If I modify the outer layer, convert the passive concealment wards into active deterrence wards, anyone who tries to breach them hits a wall of force that scales to the strength of the intrusion. Active deterrence wards are classified as offensive magic, Tonks said. Using them against ministry personnel is perfectly legal on goblin-brokered property, which exists outside ministry jurisdiction. The Wisingamot can authorize a search, but they can't override the property owner's right to defend sovereign ground. Harry looked at Tonks. You told me that. Ragnarok told me that. The goblins have been defending this principle for 700 years. The legal argument is sound, Hermione said slowly. If the bunker is registered as House of Black property through a goblin-brokered contract, it's technically goblin jurisdictional. The Wisingamot motion authorizes penetration of goblin protections, but it doesn't nullify the property owner's right to self-defense under goblin law. It's a gray area, Tonks said. It's a gray area that the goblins will litigate furiously if it's violated, Hermione countered. And Dumbledore knows that. He's powerful, but he can't afford a full-scale diplomatic incident with Gringotts. Not when Voldemort is building an army and the goblins are the only neutral financial power in magical Britain. Harry was already moving, crossing the training room to the primary ward stone, a block of granite set into the floor beneath the central corridor, inscribed with the master rune sequence that governed the entire defensive network. He knelt beside it and pressed his palm to the stone. The wards sang to him. He could feel every layer, every thread, every knot of protective energy woven through the bunker's structure. 40 feet of stone and iron and ancient magic, all of it answering to his blood and his will. He began to work. The modification was complex but the principle was simple. Instead of wards that said you can't find me, he was building wards that said you can try, and you will regret it. The outer layer became a reflective barrier that would throw back any scanning magic with amplified force, potentially overloading the scanning equipment. The middle layer became a disorientation field that would make anyone who pushed past the outer barrier lose their sense of direction, their magical focus, and their lunch. The inner layer, the last line of defense, became something that Harry pulled from the deepest pages of Blood and Bone. A blood ward keyed to hostile intent. Anyone who crossed it with the intention of harming or capturing Harry would be hit with the full force of his magical signature, channeled through blood and shadow and 14 years of his mother's sacrificial protection. It wouldn't kill anyone. But it would put them on their arse so hard they'd think twice about getting up. The work took 3 hours. Hermione assisted with the mathematical calibration. Arithmancy was essentially the programming language of ward construction, and her precision turned Harry's raw power into something elegant and exact. Tonks contributed her aura knowledge, identifying the specific scanning techniques the Ministry would use and tailoring the reflective barriers to counter each one. When they finished, the bunker hummed with energy that Harry could feel in his teeth. The wards weren't just strong, they were aggressive, coiled and ready, a rattlesnake's warning vibrating through 40 feet of London earth. "That's going to hurt someone," Tonks said, sounding both impressed and slightly appalled. "That's the point. Harry, if Dumbledore comes himself, he hits the blood ward and the maternal sacrifice resonance. My mother's love, weaponized. I'd like to see him explain to the prophet why he's attacking the protective magic of a dead woman who sacrificed herself for her child." Tonks stared at him. Then she shook her head and laughed, not a happy laugh, more the sound of someone whose worldview was rearranging itself in real time. "You're not the same boy who couldn't cast a Patronus in 3rd year," she said. "That boy was operating with a fraction of his power, under the direction of a man who wanted him dead. I'm operating with everything I have, under my own direction. The difference is significant. I can see that." The Aurors came 2 days later. Harry felt them before he heard them, a disturbance in the outer wards, like fingers pressing against a balloon. 3 magical signatures, approaching from the King's Cross platform above, moving with the cautious precision of trained professionals. He was in the study with Hermione when the ward alarms triggered. She looked up from the Corvinus text, eyes wide. "Stay here," Harry said. "Like hell." "Hermione, I said like hell. If they get past the wards, you'll need backup." He didn't argue. There wasn't time. He crossed to the monitoring stone and pressed his palm to it. 3 signatures. 2 were unfamiliar, standard aura level power, nothing special. The 3rd was stronger, sharper, and Harry recognized it with a jolt. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Dumbledore had sent competent people. Kingsley was one of the best Aurors in the country, calm, powerful, experienced. If anyone could breach the outer wards, he could. Harry watched through the monitoring stone as the 3 Aurors descended the maintenance stairs. They'd found the entrance, probably through the same kind of ambient scanning that Tonks had used, amplified by whatever Ministry equipment they were carrying. The concealment wards had been designed to hide the bunker's existence, but the Wisengamot authorization had apparently given them access to equipment that could cut through that level of obscurity. They reached the sealed entrance door. Harry felt Kingsley's magic probe the outer ward, careful, methodical, professional. The reflective barrier hit him. Through the monitoring stone, Harry saw Kingsley stagger. The reflected scanning energy slammed back into his detection equipment and the magical device he was carrying, something that looked like a brass telescope, cracked down the middle and began smoking. One of the other Aurors swore audibly. "Bloody hell, what kind of wards?" "Advanced," Kingsley said, his deep voice barely audible through the stone. "Very advanced. This isn't standard protection. Should we push through? Let me try something." Kingsley cast again, a different probe, subtler, designed to slip around the reflective barrier rather than through it. Smart. Exactly the kind of adaptation you'd expect from one of the best. The disorientation field caught him. Harry watched through the stone as Kingsley's face went slack, his eyes unfocusing. The Auror swayed on his feet, lost his balance, and sat down heavily on the stairs. The other 2 Aurors grabbed his arms, pulling him upright, their own expressions shifting from professional focus to alarm. "Shacklebolt, are you?" "I'm fine." Kingsley shook his head like a dog shaking off water. "Disorientation ward." Layered under the reflective barrier. Whoever built this knows what they're doing. We could try a combined breach. 3-person ward assault, no. Kingsley's voice was firm. If there's a third layer, and there almost certainly is, a forced breach could trigger something we're not prepared for. These wards are. He paused, and something complicated crossed his face. These wards have blood magic woven into them. Old blood magic. I'm not pushing past that without knowing what's on the other side. Dumbledore said, Dumbledore isn't here, and he didn't tell us we'd be facing this level of protection. We report back. We recommend a specialist team. We do not brute force blood wards that feel like, he stopped again. Frowned. That feel like sacrificial protection. Silence on the stairs. Pull back, Kingsley said quietly. Now. Harry watched them retreat. 3 Aurors, one of them among the best in Britain, turned away by wards that Harry had built in 3 hours with the help of a teenager and a junior Auror. He turned to Hermione, who was standing in the doorway of the study with her wand drawn and her face pale but set. They left, Harry said. I heard. Kingsley recognized the blood magic. He felt my mother's protection in the wards and he pulled back. Of course he did. Kingsley's no fool, he knows what that magic is and what it means. Forcing through it would be attacking a dead mother's sacrifice to capture her son. Even if the Wisengamot authorized it, the optics alone, it's not about optics. Kingsley's a good man. He pulled back because it was wrong, and he could feel it. Hermione lowered her wand. So what happens now? Now Dumbledore has to decide how far he's willing to go. He sent Aurors and they bounced. He can send more, a bigger team, specialists, maybe even come himself. Or he can try a different approach. What kind of different approach? That's what worries me. The answer came 3 days later, and it wasn't what anyone expected. Harry was above ground, risky, given the search operation, but necessary. Kroll's sessions couldn't be conducted underground, and the Horcrux extraction was approaching a critical phase that required the old soul mage's direct guidance. Harry was glamoured, shadow-shrouded, and moving through Nocturne Alley with the quick, confident stride of someone who belonged there. He was 20 feet from the rusty cauldron when his scar exploded. Not the usual warning pain, not the ice-pick stab of Voldemort's emotions leaking through the connection. This was different. This was contact. Direct, deliberate, intentional contact, as if someone had pressed a telephone to Harry's scar and started talking. And the voice that spoke was not Voldemort's. Harry. The world tilted. Harry staggered, caught himself against a wall, and pressed his hand to his scar. The voice was in his head, clear and calm, and he recognized it instantly. Dumbledore. I know you can hear me. The connection you share with Tom is a two-way channel, and I have spent the past week learning to access it from the outside. It is unpleasant for both of us, I assure you, but necessary. Harry's blood turned to ice. Dumbledore was using the Horcrux connection. Using the soul fragment in Harry's scar as a communication channel, reaching through Voldemort's link to speak directly into Harry's mind. I am not trying to locate you. I am not trying to control you. I am trying to talk to you, as I should have done long ago. Will you listen? Harry ducked into a side alley and flattened his back against the wall. His wand was in his hand, his shadow sight blazing, every ward on his body active and thrumming. But none of that mattered, this attack wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside his own head, through a channel that his defenses couldn't block because it was literally embedded in his soul. The shadow vaults held. Dumbledore's presence was in the scar, not in Harry's mind. The Horcrux connection gave the old man a pathway for communication but not for legitimacy, the fragment acted as a barrier as much as a bridge. Dumbledore could talk, but he couldn't read. Go ahead, Harry thought, directing the words toward the cold spot behind his scar. Talk. You found Sirius's letters. I know this because Severus told me. And I know that what you read has destroyed your trust in me. I do not ask you to restore that trust. I ask you only to hear what I have to say. Then say it. The Horcrux in your scar is real. The threat it poses is real. And the solution I arrived at, your death, is the only solution I have been able to find in 15 years of searching. I did not choose it lightly. I did not choose it willingly. I chose it because every other avenue I explored led to a dead end, and the cost of inaction, the cost of letting Voldemort remain immortal, is measured in thousands of lives. You didn't explore every avenue. You didn't explore the dark arts. A pause. The connection flickered, and Harry felt something that might have been Dumbledore's surprise. The dark arts offer many things, Harry. Power, knowledge, solutions that seem elegant in theory. But they exact a price that don't. Harry pushed the thought through with force, and felt the old man flinch on the other end. Don't lecture me about prices. You've been paying for your greater good with other people's lives since before I was born. My parents. Sirius. Me. We're the price, Professor. Not you. Never you. Another pause. Longer this time. You are not wrong. And that is a burden I will carry for the rest of my days. But the fact remains that a parasitic soul fragment can be removed without killing the host. Corvinus documented the procedure. Miroslav Kroll has performed it. I am preparing to do it myself. Your only solution was never the only solution, it was the only solution you were willing to consider, because every other option required you to engage with magic you've spent a century demonizing. The silence that followed was different from the others. It had a quality of genuine shock, the intellectual stagger of a man who had never considered the possibility that his fundamental assumption might be wrong. Corvinus. Dumbledore's mental voice was very quiet. You have the Corvinus text. I have the original, unredacted text. And I have a teacher who studied under Corvinus himself. And I am 3 weeks from being ready to perform the extraction. Harry, the extraction procedure is experimental. Corvinus performed it twice. Kroll, if that is who you found, performed it once. The sample size is minuscule, the risks are enormous, and if it fails, I die. Same outcome as your plan, except with my plan I have a chance of living. How is this worse? Because if you die during a failed extraction, the Horcrux may be damaged but not destroyed. Voldemort would remain anchored. Your death would be meaningless. My death was always going to be meaningless to you. The only meaning it had was strategic utility. The connection trembled. Harry felt a wash of emotion through the scar, complex, layered, impossible to parse. Grief. Guilt. Calculation. With Dumbledore, it was impossible to separate the genuine from the performed. I will not pretend that I have not made terrible choices, Dumbledore said. I will not pretend that the path I set you on was just or kind. But I will ask you this, if your extraction fails, will you allow me to implement the contingency? Will you accept that there may come a moment when your death is the only option remaining? Harry stood in the alley, back against the wall, scar burning, and smiled. It was not a nice smile. No. Harry, no. I will never willingly die for your plan. Not now, not ever. If the extraction fails, I'll try again. If it fails a second time, I'll find another way. I will exhaust every possibility, explore every forbidden corner of magic, tear the universe apart looking for an answer before I accept your contingency. Because my life is mine, Professor. Not yours. Not the prophecies. Not the wizarding worlds. Mine. You cannot, I'm done talking. Harry slammed the connection shut. Not with a clemency, the Horcrux channel couldn't be blocked that way. Instead, he asserted his soul, pushing the golden light outward with every ounce of love and fury he possessed, compressing the fragment into a tiny, screaming not and cutting off Dumbledore's access like slamming a door in someone's face. The scar burned once, fiercely, and then went quiet. Harry stood in the alley for a long moment, breathing hard. Then he straightened up, checked his glamour, and walked into the rusty cauldron for his session with Kroll. He was 3 weeks from being ready. 3 weeks from removing the Horcrux and proving every assumption Dumbledore had ever made about him wrong. 3 weeks. He could survive 3 weeks. Back in his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and stared at the far wall. His fingers were steepled. His face was calm. But behind those half-moon spectacles, in the blue eyes that had twinkled their way through a century of manipulation, something new had appeared. Not anger. Not frustration. Fear. Because the boy he'd raised to be a willing sacrifice had just told him no, and he'd meant it. And Albus Dumbledore, for the first time in a very long life, could not see a way to make him change his mind. The phoenix on its perch watched him with ancient, unblinking eyes, and said nothing. Chapter 5, The Chessmaster Stumbles. The pensive memory was the key to everything, and Hermione was the one who figured out how to use it. She'd been working on the problem for 2 weeks, ever since Harry first mentioned that the letters alone might not be enough to convince the wizarding public. Letters could be forged. Handwriting could be disputed. Dumbledore's reputation was a fortress built over 150 years, and a handful of parchments from a dead man's hidden study wouldn't breach it. They needed something irrefutable. Pensive memories, Hermione said, looking up from a stack of legal texts she'd oiled for through a series of anonymous postal drops. Certified pensive memories are admissible as evidence in Wizengamot proceedings. They can't be forged. The magical signature embedded in a genuine memory is as unique as a fingerprint. If we can extract your memories of finding the letters, of reading them, of seeing Dumbledore's seal and Dumbledore's handwriting, that proves I found the letters. It doesn't prove the letters are genuine. No. But combined with the letters themselves, it establishes a chain of evidence. And there's more. She held up a book, Wizarding Law, Procedures of the Wizengamot, 14th edition. Under Section 47 of the Wizengamot Charter, any member of a noble house can demand a formal inquiry into the conduct of a public official. As head of the House of Black, you have standing to demand an inquiry into Dumbledore's conduct as Chief Warlock and Hogwarts Headmaster. A formal inquiry. Public. Televised through the Wizarding Wireless. Full Wizengamot attendance. And here's the part that matters. Under the inquiry provisions, the accused can be compelled to submit pensive memories relevant to the charges. If Dumbledore is forced to provide his own memories of the conversations documented in those letters, he'd be caught. His own memories would confirm everything. Or he'd refuse. And refusal to comply with a formal Wizengamot inquiry is grounds for removal from office. Either way, he loses. Harry stared at her. You've been planning this. I've been planning this since the day you showed me the letters. The dark arts training, the Horcrux extraction, that's your survival plan. This is your freedom plan. Because even if you remove the Horcrux and defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore will still be the most powerful political figure in magical Britain. He'll still have the Ministry, the Wizengamot, the Order. He'll rewrite the narrative, paint you as a troubled boy who went astray but was ultimately saved by his guidance. Unless you destroy his credibility first. How long to file the inquiry? I can have the documents ready in 3 days. The filing requires your magical signature as head of House Black and a formal declaration of charges. Once filed, the Wizengamot has 72 hours to schedule the hearing. So a week. Maybe 10 days. Give or take. But Harry, the moment you file, Dumbledore will know. And he'll have 72 hours to prepare a defense, discredit you, or try to stop me before the hearing happens. Yes. Harry leaned back in his chair. The bunker was quiet around them. It was late evening, and Tonks had left an hour ago after a sparring session that had ended with Harry disarming her for the first time. A genuine, clean disarm, not a lucky shot. The look on her face had been something between pride and mock indignation. "We time it," Harry said. "The inquiry filing and the Horcrux extraction. We do them both in the same week. I remove the Horcrux, eliminating Dumbledore's primary justification for controlling me. Then we file the inquiry, eliminating his political cover. He loses both weapons simultaneously." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's ambitious. That's necessary. If we do the extraction first and then wait to file, he has time to adjust. If we file first and then extract, he uses the Horcrux as evidence that I'm compromised. Both events need to happen within days of each other. A 1-2 punch he can't recover from. When is the extraction?" "Kroll says I'll be ready in 2 weeks. Maybe sooner. Then we file the inquiry 3 days after extraction. That gives you time to recover and gives us a narrow enough window that Dumbledore can't pivot. Do it." Hermione nodded and went back to her legal texts. Harry watched her for a moment, bent over the desk, quill scratching, hair escaping its tie in wild spirals, and felt a surge of gratitude so intense it was almost painful. "Hermione. Thank you. For being here. For believing me." She looked up, and her eyes were bright. "Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we win." The days compressed. Harry's training schedule intensified to a level that would have killed him a month ago: 6 hours of soul magic preparation, 3 hours of combat casting, 2 hours of blood rejection practice, and whatever time remained for eating, sleeping, and strategic planning with Hermione and Tonks. The Horcrux was shrinking daily. The dark mass in his soul perception had gone from the size of a fist to the size of a walnut, compressed by weeks of relentless assertion and blood rejection. Its tendrils, once thick, deeply rooted, tangled through Harry's magical core like invasive vines, had been severed one by one until only 3 remained. 3 connections. 3 anchors holding the fragment to Harry's soul. Kroll confirmed the progress during their Tuesday session, his soul sight sweeping over Harry with clinical precision. "You're ready," the old man said. "Or as ready as you'll ever be. The fragment is isolated, compressed, and minimally connected. The shadow anchor is stable. Your blood rejection technique is clean enough for the final cuts. What are the risks? Pain. Significant pain. The final severance will be worse than anything you've experienced so far. The fragment will fight with everything it has. There's also a small risk of bleed back. When you cut the last tendril, the fragment may release a burst of dark energy as it dies. Your body will absorb some of it. The effects are temporary but unpleasant. Define unpleasant. Seizures, possibly. Unconsciousness. Vivid hallucinations drawn from the fragment's memories. You may experience flashes of Voldemort's life, his thoughts, his emotions. It will pass. The key is not to fight it. Let it move through you like a wave and it will break on its own. And afterward? Afterward, you'll be yourself. Fully, completely, entirely yourself. Possibly for the first time in your life. Kroll's expression softened in a way that stripped years from his face. It will feel strange. Like putting down a weight you've carried so long you forgot it was there. When should I do it? Friday. The new moon. Shadow magic is strongest in the absence of moonlight, sympathetic resonance. The shadow anchor will be at peak stability. Friday. 4 days away. Harry's pulse kicked, a drumbeat of anticipation and fear in equal measure. "I'll be there," Harry said. "Not here. At your bunker. The extraction should be performed in the space where your wards are strongest. Your protections will act as a secondary containment. If the fragment's death burst is larger than expected, the blood wards will absorb the overflow. Will you come?" "I'll be there. I can't perform the extraction, but I can monitor, advise, and intervene if something goes catastrophically wrong." He paused. "It won't go catastrophically wrong. You sound very sure." I am. I've watched you prepare for this, Mr. Potter. I've watched you develop skills in weeks that take other practitioners years. You have raw talent, certainly, but more importantly, you have motivation that cannot be manufactured. You want to live. You want to be free. That wanting is the engine that drives the extraction. The fragment can't compete with it. Harry left the rusty cauldron and shadow-stepped back to the bunker. In the study, he found Hermione surrounded by stacks of parchment, each one covered in her precise handwriting. The inquiry documents are nearly complete, she said without looking up. I've drafted the formal charges under 7 separate sections of the Wisengamot Charter. Abuse of position. Endangerment of a minor. Conspiracy to deprive a magical citizen of life. Misuse of institutional authority. Obstruction of magical justice. Violation of the statute of familial protection. And, she held up the last parchment. Fraud. He lied to the Wisengamot about the blood wards. He told them Harry Potter had to live with the Dursleys for magical protection. That was demonstrably false, and he knew it was false. That's fraud committed before the highest legal body in magical Britain. 7 charges. 7 charges, each supported by documentary evidence and accompanied by a demand for pensive memory submission. The legal framework is airtight. I've cross-referenced every statute, every precedent, every procedural requirement. When this hits the Wisengamot, they won't be able to dismiss it as a personal grievance. It's a formal legal action from a noble house. Dumbledore will argue that everything he did was for the greater good. The greater good is not a legal defense under wizarding law. Section 12 of the Charter explicitly states that no public official may abridge the rights of a magical citizen, including a minor, on the grounds of perceived collective benefit without the informed consent of the individual affected. Hermione looked up, and her expression held something fierce and satisfied. Dumbledore built his entire career on the assumption that no one would ever hold him to the actual rules. He was wrong. Harry picked up the documents, scanned them, and felt a strange weight settle in his chest. This was real. This was happening. In less than a week, he would extract the Horcrux and file charges against the most respected wizard in Britain. Either this worked, or it destroyed him. There was no middle ground. Friday, he said. The extraction is Friday. I know. Tonks told me. Hermione set down her quill. I'll be there. Whatever you need. I need you to file the inquiry documents on Monday morning. Whether the extraction succeeds or not. Harry, if the extraction fails, if it fails, Dumbledore will try to use that failure as proof that his way is the only way. The inquiry needs to be filed regardless. Even if something goes wrong with the extraction, the letters still exist. The evidence still exists. The world still deserves to know what he did. Hermione's jaw tightened. Nothing is going to go wrong. Probably not. But plan for it anyway. I always do. Wednesday passed in a blur of preparation. Harry refined his shadow anchor one final time, compressing the sphere of darkness to a density that made it feel like a ball bearing in his palm, cold, heavy, impossibly stable. He practiced the blood rejection sequence until he could perform the 3 final cuts in under 10 seconds, his blood magic scalpels precise enough to sever a tendril without nicking the surrounding soul tissue. Hermione brewed a battery of support potions, pain-dulling drafts, magical restoration elixirs, a blood-replenishing potion in case the physical toll was more severe than expected. She arranged them on a table beside the ritual circle in the training room, each one labeled in her neat handwriting with dosage and timing instructions. Tonks arrived Wednesday evening, earlier than scheduled. Her hair was its natural mousy brown and her face was grim. "We have a problem," she said. Harry and Hermione looked at her from opposite sides of the study desk. "Dumbledore's called an emergency meeting of the Order. Tomorrow night. I don't know the full agenda, but I overheard Moody talking to Kingsley. The Auror team that tried to breach your wards reported back. They told Dumbledore about the blood magic, the maternal sacrifice resonance. And Dumbledore's response was. She hesitated. What? He told them to prepare for a second attempt. A larger team. With Dumbledore himself leading. The bunker was very quiet. When? Harry asked. Saturday. The morning after the new moon. The morning after the extraction. Harry almost laughed. Dumbledore didn't know about the extraction, couldn't know, but his timing was accidentally perfect. If Harry performed the extraction Friday night and was incapacitated by the recovery Saturday morning, Dumbledore's assault would hit at the worst possible moment. He's not coming to talk, Tonks said. He's coming to take you. Moody's been assembling a team, himself, Kingsley, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diggle, and 3 additional Aurors from the Ministry. 8 people, plus Dumbledore. That's a war party, Harry. That's not a rescue mission. Can the wards hold against Dumbledore? Tonks and Hermione exchanged a look. Honestly? Tonks said. I don't know. Your wards are extraordinary, but Dumbledore is Dumbledore. He's broken wards that were supposedly impregnable. He dueled Grindelwald through the defenses of Nurmengard, and those were built over decades. The Blood Ward, the maternal sacrifice resonance, will slow him down. But if he's determined enough, if he pushes through it by force, the sacrifice magic won't stop him. It's protective, not offensive. It defends, it doesn't attack. Harry stood up and walked to the training room. The practice circle was clean, the ritual space prepared for Friday. The shadow anchor sat on a stone pedestal in the center, pulsing gently with compressed darkness. He could feel the Horcrux in his scar, the walnut-sized knot of alien soul, pulsing with its own frantic rhythm. It knew what was coming. It had felt the preparations, felt the walls closing in, and its fear was a constant, low-frequency broadcast that made Harry's scar ache. We do the extraction Thursday, Harry said. What? Hermione appeared in the doorway. Harry, Kroll said Friday. The new moon gives optimal conditions for the shadow anchor. But optimal isn't necessary. Kroll said I'm ready. The shadow anchor is stable. The blood rejection technique is clean. If I wait until Friday, I have less than 12 hours before Dumbledore arrives, and I'll be recovering from the extraction. If I do it Thursday, I have 36 hours to recover. That's still not much time. It's enough. And it gives us another advantage. If the extraction succeeds Thursday night, I can send a message to Dumbledore before his Saturday assault. I can tell him the Horcrux is gone. I can remove his entire justification for coming after me before he ever reaches the wards. Tonks was leaning against the corridor wall, arms crossed. He might not believe you. He'll believe me if I give him proof. The extracted fragment, the shadow anchor containing Voldemort's soul piece, I can offer to show it to him. Or destroy it in front of him. Either way, once it's out of my head, his argument that I'm at risk of dark influence evaporates. And if he comes anyway? Harry looked at her. Then he comes anyway, and I'm not the same boy I was 2 months ago. The silence held for 3 heartbeats. I need to contact Kroll, Harry said. Tell him we've moved the timeline up. How? You can't go above ground. If the order is mobilizing. Harry crossed to the desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a mirror. Small, palm-sized, silver-framed. The twin of the one Sirius had given him. He'd modified it weeks ago, adding shadowcraft enchantments that allowed it to connect to any reflective surface within range, not just its partner. He pressed his thumb to the glass and spoke Kroll's name. The mirror shimmered, clouded, and cleared. Kroll's weathered face appeared, looking mildly startled. Thursday, Harry said. We need to move to Thursday. Harry explained the situation in quick, economical terms. Kroll listened without interrupting, his dark eyes sharp. Thursday is suboptimal, Kroll said when Harry finished. The shadow anchor's stability will be approximately 12% lower than on the new moon. Not dangerous, but less forgiving of imprecision. Can it hold the fragment? Almost certainly. Then we do it Thursday. Kroll studied him through the mirror. You're sure? I'm sure. Then I'll be at your location by 8 tomorrow evening. Prepare the ritual space. And Potter, eat well tonight. Sleep well. Tomorrow will demand everything you have. The mirror went dark. Harry set it down and turned to the two women standing in the corridor. Tomorrow night, he said. One way or another, the Horcrux comes out tomorrow night. Hermione nodded. Her face was pale but her eyes were steady. I'll finish the inquiry documents tonight. If the extraction succeeds, we file Monday morning as planned. Tonks pushed off the wall. I'll be here by 7 tomorrow. I'll run perimeter surveillance while you're in the ritual. If anyone approaches within 200 feet, I'll know. Thank you. Both of you. Save the gratitude, Tonks said. Buy us dinner when this is over. Deal. They dispersed. Hermione returned to her legal documents. Tonks left through the entrance, climbing the stairs with a backward glance that carried more worry than she probably intended to show. Harry stood alone in the training room. The shadow anchor pulsed on its pedestal. The practice circle waited, scorched and re-scorched by months of combat training, its runes still sharp despite the wear. He sat down in the center of the circle, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. The meditation came easily now. The door inside him opened without resistance, and he was there, in the soul space, standing before his golden light, looking at the dark knot of the Horcrux. 3 tendrils. 3 connections. 3 cuts between him and freedom. The fragment sensed his presence and recoiled. Its fear was a palpable thing, a cold wind in the soul space that made Harry's light flicker. But only flicker. Not dim. Not waver. Tomorrow, Harry told it. Tomorrow you come out. The fragment screamed. A thin, high, inhuman sound that existed only in the space between souls, inaudible to anyone who hadn't achieved soul perception. It was the scream of something that knew it was going to die. Harry opened his eyes, stood up, and went to eat dinner. He made pasta, proper pasta, with sauce from a jar and actual vegetables, because Hermione had stocked the kitchen and because Kroll had told him to eat well. He ate slowly, tasting each bite, paying attention to the sensation of being alive and in a body that functioned and a mind that was his own. Tomorrow, he would find out if he got to keep all of that. He slept. For once, he didn't dream. Thursday. Harry woke at 6 and lay in his sleeping bag for exactly 30 seconds, staring at the stone ceiling and breathing. Then he got up. Morning routine. Meditation, shortened today, just enough to check the soul space and confirm the fragment's position. Unchanged. 3 tendrils. Walnut-sized. Terrified. Physical conditioning, light, just enough to get the blood flowing. Breakfast, eggs, toast, tea. Hermione had acquired a Muggle hot plate, and the smell of cooking food filled the corridor with something almost domestic. They ate together at the desk in the study, neither of them speaking much. Hermione had dark circles under her eyes, she'd been up most of the night finishing the inquiry documents, and the stack of parchment beside her plate was thick enough to serve as a doorstop. It's done, she said, tapping the stack. All 7 charges, fully documented, cross-referenced, and formatted according to Wisengamot procedural standards. I've made 3 copies, 1 for filing, 1 for our records, and 1 for the Prophet. The Prophet? Once the inquiry is filed, it becomes a public record. Any citizen can request a copy. But the Prophet won't know about it unless someone tells them. So I'll tell them. Anonymously. An hour after filing. You've thought of everything. That's my job. She pushed her eggs around her plate. Harry, about tonight, I've been thinking about the bleedback Kroll mentioned. The burst of dark energy when the fragment dies. What about it? Corvinus describes it in chapter 11. He says the intensity of the bleed back is proportional to the strength of the original soul that created the fragment. Grindelwald's fragments produced moderate bleed back, seizures, hallucinations, a few hours of incapacitation. But Voldemort is stronger than Grindelwald. Significantly stronger. And he's made more Horcruxes, which means his soul is more fragmented, which means each fragment is more desperate to survive. The bleed back from this extraction could be worse than what Kroll experienced. Much worse. Hermione set down her fork. I've calculated the approximate energy release using arithmetic models. The margin of error is significant, but my best estimate is that you'll be unconscious for 12 to 18 hours after the extraction. During which time you'll be completely vulnerable. That's why Tonks is running perimeter surveillance. Tonks is one person. If Dumbledore moves his timetable up, he won't. The order meeting is tonight. The assault is planned for Saturday morning. Dumbledore operates on schedule because he believes he controls every variable. He doesn't know about the extraction, so he has no reason to accelerate. And if he does, then I trust the wards. And I trust you. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and went back to eating. The day passed with agonizing slowness. Harry tried to train but couldn't focus, his body was vibrating with nervous energy that combat drills couldn't burn off. He tried to read but the words slid off his brain like water off glass. He tried to meditate but the soul space was chaotic, the fragment's fear contaminating everything with a static of alien emotion that made concentration impossible. He ended up pacing back and forth through the central corridor, boots echoing on stone, shadow sight flickering unconsciously as his agitation bled into his magic. The shadows in the bunker responded to his mood, growing darker and denser, pooling in corners and stretching along walls as if the darkness itself was preparing for what was coming. At 5, Hermione brought him tea and sat with him in the training room. "Tell me something," she said. "Something that isn't about Horcruxes or Dumbledore or any of it. Tell me something normal." Harry thought about it. "I've been reading Muggle anatomy textbooks. Did you know the human heart generates its own electrical impulses? It doesn't need the brain to tell it to beat. It just beats. All on its own." Hermione smiled. "I knew that. Of course you did. But I didn't. And it struck me, when I read it, that's what the soul is like. It doesn't need permission. It doesn't need direction. It just is. It beats. All on its own. That's beautiful. Don't tell anyone I said something beautiful. I have a reputation as a moody git to maintain." She laughed. It was a small laugh, nervous and thin, but it was real, and it cracked the tension in the room just enough for both of them to breathe. At 7, Tonks arrived. She was in full aura mode, dark clothes, boots, wand holstered in a quick-draw rig on her thigh. Her hair was black, pulled back tight, her face schooled into the flat, professional mask she wore on duty. "Perimeter's clear," she said. "No magical signatures within 500 feet. I've set up a detection grid on the platform above. If anyone approaches with magical intent, I'll know 90 seconds before they reach the bunker entrance." "Good. I'll be on the stairs. Halfway between the entrance and the bunker. If something comes, I'll hold the staircase. Tonks, if it's Dumbledore, then I'll hold the staircase as long as I can and send you a warning. You'll have time." Her jaw was set. "Don't argue with me, Harry. I didn't sign up for this to sit outside while the important stuff happens." He didn't argue. At 8, Kroll arrived. The old soul mage descended the stairs with a calm that seemed to infect the very air, the bunker's agitated shadows settling as his presence filled the space. He carried a leather satchel that clinked with glass bottles and rattled with implements Harry couldn't identify. "The space is prepared?" Kroll asked. "Yes. Kroll walked into the training room and surveyed it with soul sight. Harry could see the faint shimmer around the old man's eyes, the telltale sign of someone viewing the world through more than physical vision. Good. The ward anchors are strong. The ritual circle is clean. And you, he turned his gaze on Harry. You're frightened. Yes. Good. Fear means you understand the stakes. A practitioner who approaches this without fear is either a fool or a liar. Kroll set his satchel down beside Hermione's potion table. Let's begin. Harry stripped to the waist, the extraction required skin contact with the ritual circle's runes, and stepped into the center of the practice circle. The stone was cold under his bare feet. The shadow anchor sat on its pedestal at the circle's edge, pulsing steadily, a fist-sized sphere of compressed darkness. Hermione stood at the potion table, her wand in one hand and a blood-replenishing potion in the other. Her face was white as chalk but her hands were rock-steady. Kroll positioned himself outside the circle, directly opposite the shadow anchor. I'll guide you through each phase. Listen to my voice. If I tell you to stop, you stop. If I tell you to push, you push. If at any point you feel the fragment attempting to expand, to grow, to reach out, to re-anchor, tell me immediately. Understood. Phase 1, enter the soul space. Full immersion. You need to be standing in front of the fragment, close enough to touch it. Harry closed his eyes. The meditation door opened, not smoothly, because his heart was hammering and his breath was short, but it opened. He fell through. The soul space unfolded around him. His golden light blazed, brighter than he'd ever seen it, as if his soul knew what was happening and had marshaled every photon it possessed. And there, 3 feet away, the Horcrux crouched. It was ugly. He could see that clearly now, with the full force of his soul perception focused on it. A twisted knot of dark energy, cancerous and misshapen, with 3 thin tendrils sunk into his golden light like needles in flesh. It pulsed with a rhythm that was Voldemort's heartbeat, carried across whatever distance separated the Dark Lord from this fragment of himself. It looked at Harry. It had no eyes, but it looked. And the fear radiating from it was so intense that Harry could taste it, copper and ozone and the sharp, animal terror of a thing that knew it was about to be torn from the only home it had ever known. For one disorienting moment, Harry felt a pang of something like sympathy. This fragment hadn't chosen to be here. It was shrapnel, not a weapon. A piece of a man's soul, ripped away by violence and lodged in an infant's skull by accident. It had lived in Harry for 14 years, feeding off him, yes, but also being with him. It had seen everything Harry had seen, felt everything Harry had felt. It was the reason Voldemort feared him, because this tiny piece of Tom Riddle had spent 14 years immersed in love, and friendship, and courage, and all the things the rest of Voldemort had abandoned. I'm sorry, Harry thought. Not to Voldemort. To the fragment. The fragment screamed. Phase 2, Kroll's voice came from far away, from the physical world where Harry's body knelt in a ritual circle. Prepare the blood rejection. Identify the 3 remaining tendrils. Harry's blood magic scalpels materialized in the soul space, not physical tools but concentrated will, honed by weeks of practice into edges sharper than steel. He identified the 3 tendrils. 2 were thin, fragile, barely connected. The 3rd was thicker, deeper, anchored to something near the center of Harry's magical core. The deep tendril, Harry said aloud, his voice echoing in both spaces. It's attached to my core. That's the primary anchor. Cut it last. Take the 2 minor tendrils first. Quick, clean, simultaneous if you can. Harry positioned the scalpels. The fragment thrashed, its dark mass rippling, its remaining tendrils tightening like a frightened animal gripping a branch. He cut. The pain was instantaneous and enormous, a white-hot lance through his scar that he felt in the soul space as a burst of light and in the physical world as a scream he couldn't contain. The 2 minor tendrils severed cleanly, their dark substance vaporizing on contact with the blood magic edge. The fragment convulsed, suddenly connected to Harry by a single point, swinging like a pendulum from its last anchor. "He's bleeding," Hermione's voice, distant and sharp. "His scar is expected," Kroll said calmly. "Potter, talk to me. What do you see?" "One tendril. Deep. It's fighting. The fragment is trying to regrow the severed connections. It can't. The blood rejection has cauterized the attachment points. Focus on the primary anchor. Assess it." Harry looked at the final tendril through the agony. It was thick, deeply rooted, wrapped around something in his core that pulsed with his own heartbeat. The fragment was pouring everything it had into that connection, trying to make itself inseparable from Harry's magic. "It's integrated," Harry said. "The tendril isn't just attached, it's woven into my core structure. If I cut it, you'll feel it. Every magical pathway the tendril touches will register the severance. It will feel like your magic is being torn out." "Will it actually?" "No. Your magic is yours. The tendril is a parasite wrapped around a blood vessel, removing it damages the vessel, but the vessel heals. Your magic will recover. But in the moment of cutting, you won't be able to tell the difference between the parasite's death and your own." "Fantastic. Phase 3 when you're ready, Mr. Potter." Harry stared at the tendril. At the fragment hanging from it, thrashing, screaming, desperate. At the place where it connected to his core, his magic, his identity, the engine of everything he was and could be. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About Sirius falling through the veil. About Dumbledore's letters, written in calm, measured handwriting, planning the death of a child he claimed to love. He thought about Hermione, standing 3 feet away with a potion in her hand and fear in her eyes and unshakable faith in her heart. He thought about his mother, standing between a monster and a crib, choosing to die so her son could live. He thought about living. He cut. The world ended. Not literally, the bunker didn't collapse, the wards didn't fail, reality didn't tear itself apart. But inside Harry's soul space, inside his body, inside his being, something ruptured with a force that made the Cruciatus curse feel like a paper cut. The primary tendril severed. The fragment screamed, not the thin, high sound of before but a full-throated howl that contained 14 years of parasitic existence and the dying echoes of every terrible thing Tom Riddle had ever done. Harry felt it all. He felt the orphanage, the loneliness, the first kill, the first Horcrux, the slow surrender of humanity piece by piece by piece. He felt Voldemort's memory of a woman with red hair and green eyes, standing in front of a crib, and the spell that ended her life. He felt the rebound. He felt the soul tear. He felt the fragment, this tiny screaming piece, rip free and lodge in a baby's scar, and the baby's love was so bright that it burned and the fragment had lived in that light for 14 years and it had learned something it could never use. It had learned what it felt like to be loved. The anchor. Kroll's voice, shouting now. "Potter, the shadow anchor, catch it." Harry moved. Not with his body was somewhere far away, convulsing on the floor of a stone bunker. He moved with his soul, reaching through the agony with hands made of golden light, and grabbed the severed fragment as it spun free. It was small. So small. A marble of darkness in his blazing hands, still screaming, still afraid. He carried it to the shadow anchor. The sphere of compressed darkness waited at the edge of his soul space, a vessel prepared for exactly this moment. Harry pressed the fragment against the sphere's surface and felt the shadow substance part to receive it, closing around the dark marble like water closing over a stone. The anchor sealed. The fragment was inside. Contained. Separated from Harry for the first time in 14 years. The bleed back hit. It was exactly as bad as Hermione's calculations had predicted. A wave of dark energy erupted from the point where the primary tendril had been severed, flooding Harry's magical system like a dam bursting. His scars split open, not metaphorically, actually split, blood pouring down his face, and his body arched off the floor with a seizure so violent that Hermione screamed. "Hold him!" Kroll barked. "Don't let him bite his tongue, turn him on his side, hands on him." Hermione's, small and desperate and strong. Kroll's, scarred and steady. They turned him, held him, kept him from smashing his skull against the stone as the seizure racked his body. The hallucinations came. Voldemort's memories, pouring through the severed connection like blood from a wound. Harry saw Tom Riddle at 11, standing in Dumbledore's office, being told about magic for the first time. He saw Tom at 16, opening the Chamber of Secrets. Tom at 20, asking Slughorn about Horcruxes with that charming, empty smile. Tom at 40, barely human, standing in a graveyard, touching a baby's scar with a white finger. He saw Voldemort now, wherever he was, whatever he was doing, suddenly stagger, clutching his chest, feeling the death of a piece of his soul like a blade between the ribs. He saw the red eyes widen. He saw the lipless mouth open in a scream that no one around him could understand. Then darkness. Real darkness, not shadowcraft but the simple, merciful darkness of unconsciousness, pulling Harry under like deep water. The last thing he felt was the absence. The cold spot behind his scar was gone. For the first time in 14 years, his mind was entirely his own. He slept. He woke to Hermione's face. She was sitting beside him on the floor, her back against the wall, his head in her lap. Her hand was in his hair, a gentle, rhythmic stroke that she probably wasn't conscious of doing. Her eyes were closed, and the dark circles under them had deepened to bruises. Harry blinked. The bunker was dim, the conjured lights had been turned down to a warm glow. He was wrapped in a blanket, lying on something softer than stone. Someone had transfigured the floor into a mattress. "Hey," he said. His voice sounded like gravel in a blender. Hermione's eyes flew open. "Harry." "Oh God, Harry, how long?" 14 hours. She checked her watch. "It's 10 in the morning. Friday." Friday. The extraction had been Thursday night. He'd been unconscious for 14 hours, right at the upper end of Hermione's estimate. He sat up slowly, his body protesting every movement. His muscles felt like they'd been individually beaten with hammers. His scar throbbed, but differently, a healing throb, tender and raw, not the sharp ice pick of Horcrux activity. Because there was no Horcrux activity. The cold spot was gone. The alien whisper was gone. The constant background hum of another being's emotions, leaking through a connection Harry had carried since infancy, gone. His mind was quiet. Not empty, full of his own thoughts, his own emotions, his own fears and hopes and memories. But quiet. Like walking out of a room where a television had been playing static for 14 years and suddenly hearing silence for the first time. "It worked," Harry said. "It worked." Hermione's voice cracked. Kroll confirmed it. "The fragment is contained in the shadow anchor. He's sealed it with additional wards. It's stable, dormant, and completely separated from you." "Where is he?" "Upstairs. Sleeping." He exhausted himself monitoring the extraction and stabilizing the anchor afterward. "And Tonks?" "On perimeter. She's been running surveillance all night. No activity." Harry looked at his hands. They were trembling, residual bleed back, probably, the dregs of dark energy still working their way out of his system. But they were his hands, attached to his body, animated by his magic and no one else's. He laughed. It was a raw, broken, joyful sound that echoed off the stone walls and made Hermione's eyes fill with tears. "It's gone," he said. "Hermione, it's gone. I can think without the static. I can feel without the bleed back. He stopped. Pressed his hands to his face. "God. Is this what it's like? Is this what everyone else's mind feels like? I don't know. What does it feel like?" Like being alone in my own head for the first time. Like having a room to myself after sharing it with a stranger for 14 years. Hermione was crying properly now, tears running down her cheeks, and she was smiling at the same time, and Harry pulled her into a hug that was probably too tight but she didn't seem to mind. "You did it," she whispered. "You impossible, stubborn, brilliant idiot. You did it. We did it. All of us." They held on for a long time. The rest of Friday was recovery. Harry slept, ate, slept again. Kroll checked on him twice, running soul sight assessments that confirmed what Harry already knew: the fragment was gone, the severed attachment points were healing, and Harry's magical core was already expanding to fill the space the parasite had occupied. "Your power will fluctuate for a few days," Kroll warned. "The core is recalibrating. You may experience surges, accidental magic, intensified spell work, that sort of thing. It will stabilize. The Parseltongue. Try it." Harry looked at a snake carved into one of the ward stones, a black family decoration, and tried to speak to it. Nothing. No hissing, no sibilant words. Just Harry, looking at a stone snake, feeling nothing but the absence of a language he'd never wanted. "Gone," he said. "As expected. The Parseltongue was a function of the fragment, not of you. Everything else, your natural power, your learned abilities, your magical development, that's all yours." Harry tested it. He shadow-stepped across the room, faster and smoother than he'd ever managed. He raised a blood ward, and the magic surged so strongly that Kroll had to duck. He cast a Patronus, not because he needed to, but because he needed to know, and the silver stag that erupted from his wand was so bright that it lit up the entire bunker, blazing with a radiance that had nothing to do with Voldemort's borrowed power and everything to do with Harry's own incandescent, hard-won capacity for joy. The stag cantered around the training room, scattering light, and Harry watched it with eyes that burned for reasons that had nothing to do with magic. "Saturday morning," he said, once the stag faded. "Dumbledore's coming." Kroll nodded slowly. "Then perhaps you should be ready to receive him." Harry looked at the shadow anchor sitting on its pedestal, the dark sphere containing the extracted fragment, the physical proof that everything Dumbledore believed was wrong. "Oh," Harry said. "I will be." Saturday morning. 6 a.m. Harry stood in the center of his training room, freshly showered, fully dressed, wand in hand. His magical core hummed with a power that felt like a river breaking through a dam, deep, fast, barely contained. The recalibration Kroll had warned about was in full effect, and every spell Harry cast came out approximately twice as strong as he intended. Hermione stood beside the potion table, the inquiry documents in a leather folio under her arm. Tonks was on the stairs, wand drawn, wearing the expression of someone who was about to commit career suicide and had made peace with it. Kroll had retreated to the study, declining to participate in what he called political theatrics, but available if needed. At 6:15, the outer wards registered the first contact. Multiple signatures. 8, no, 9. Approaching from above, descending the maintenance stairs in a formation that spoke of military precision. Harry could feel them through the monitoring stone: Moody's distinctive signature, harsh and paranoid, Kingsley's steady amber, several others he didn't recognize. And one he did. Dumbledore's magical signature was unlike anything Harry had ever felt. It was vast, layered, ancient, carrying the accumulated weight of 115 years of magical practice. It pressed against the bunker's wards like an ocean pressing against a seawall, not attacking, not yet, but making its presence known with a force that was itself a statement. "I am here. I am stronger than your walls. I am the most powerful wizard alive." Harry felt his own magic surge in response, the recalibrating core reacting to the challenge. He breathed. He controlled it. He waited. The outer ward, the reflective barrier, engaged. Harry felt the scanning magic hit it and bounce back, felt the disorientation field activate. Through the monitoring stone, he saw two of the unknown Auror stagger. Moody's magical eye spun wildly, overwhelmed by the ward's interference. But Dumbledore didn't stagger. His signature pressed forward, and the reflective barrier, the ward that had sent Kingsley's team running, bent. Not broke. Bent. Like a sapling in a gale, flexing under pressure but holding. Dumbledore pushed harder. The barrier screamed. Harry could hear it in the ward harmonics, a high-pitched whine that meant stress, strain, imminent failure. Harry released it. Not a failure. A choice. He let the outer ward collapse inward, absorbing the energy and redirecting it into the second layer. Dumbledore's force hit the disorientation field and met something it hadn't expected, the energy from its own reflected attack, folded back and amplified. Even Dumbledore staggered at that. The monitoring stone showed him catch himself against the wall, his face tightening with surprise. Clever, his voice echoed down the staircase, just loud enough for the monitoring stone to catch. Very clever. He pushed through the disorientation field by sheer force of will, not dismantling it but enduring it, his magical resistance so enormous that the field couldn't gain purchase on his mind. The other Order members weren't so lucky. Through the stone, Harry saw Moody fall to his knees, his magical eye going dark. Kingsley sat down on the stairs, head in hands. The junior Aurors simply stopped walking, their expressions blank with confusion. Dumbledore came on alone. He hit the blood ward. The maternal sacrifice resonance activated. Harry felt it rise from the deepest layer of his defenses, felt his mother's love kindle like a fire in the ward structure. It met Dumbledore's magic and the contact produced something that Harry could only describe as a sound, though it existed beyond hearing, a note, pure and devastating, that said you are not welcome here. Dumbledore stopped. Harry could see him through the monitoring stone, standing on the stairs, 6 feet from the bunker's sealed door, his hands at his sides, his face very still. The twinkle was gone. The grandfatherly mask was gone. What remained was something older, harder, and more honest than anything Harry had ever seen on that face. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice carried through the ward, through the stone, through the air. "I know you can hear me." Harry walked to the base of the staircase. He didn't open the door. He spoke through it, his voice amplified by the ward structure. "Professor. Your wards are remarkable. Your mother's protection, woven into a defensive matrix, I confess I did not anticipate that. There are a lot of things you didn't anticipate. So it seems." A pause. "Harry, I have not come here to fight you. I have come because I am genuinely afraid for you, and because the course you are on, the course I was on ended last night." Silence. "The Horcrux is gone, Professor. I removed it. Thursday night, in this bunker, using soul magic that you told the world was impossible. The fragment of Voldemort that lived in my scar for 14 years has been extracted, contained, and sealed. I am no longer a Horcrux. I am no longer your justification." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. It went on for 5 seconds. 10. 15. "That is not possible." Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. Harry opened the door. They stood face to face for the first time in 2 months. Dumbledore in his traveling robes, half-moon spectacles, beard tucked into his belt. Harry in jeans and a black jumper, wand at his side, the scar on his forehead still raw and red from the extraction but healed. Clean. Dumbledore's eyes went to the scar. And Harry watched the most powerful wizard in the world flinch. Because Dumbledore could see it. The old man's magical perception was legendary. He could read auras, sense enchantments, feel the presence of dark magic at 100 paces. And what he was seeing now, written in Harry's aura as clearly as a headline, was the absence of what had been there since infancy. No fragment. No parasite. No Horcrux. Just Harry. Clean, whole, blazing with magical power that had been suppressed for 14 years and was now fully, terrifyingly his own. Dumbledore started. I'll show you. Harry turned and walked down the stairs. After a moment, Dumbledore followed. The training room. The shadow anchor on its pedestal, pulsing with contained darkness. Kroll standing beside it, his scarred hands folded, his expression neutral. Hermione at the potion table, the inquiry folio visible under her arm. Dumbledore's eyes swept the room. They lingered on the books. On the ritual circle. On Kroll, with a flash of recognition that was quickly controlled. On Hermione, with something that might have been disappointment but was too complex to parse. Then they settled on the shadow anchor. May I? Dumbledore asked, gesturing toward it. Look. Don't touch. Dumbledore extended his magical perception toward the anchor. Harry watched his face as the old man's senses made contact with the dark sphere and read what was inside. The blood drained from Dumbledore's face. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists and then slowly, deliberately, unclenched. It's real, he said. The fragment is in there. Intact. Separated. Yes. And you performed the extraction yourself. With guidance. With support. With knowledge that existed in books you spent a century keeping out of everyone's hands. Dumbledore's eyes closed. He stood in the center of Harry's bunker, surrounded by dark arts texts and forbidden knowledge and the proof of his own colossal failure, and for a moment he looked every one of his 115 years. I was wrong, he said. 3 words. Simple, quiet, devastating. I was wrong about the extraction. I was wrong about the necessity of your death. I was wrong too, his voice caught. I was wrong about many things. Yes. You were. I believed, I know what you believed. I read your letters. You believed the greater good justified everything. My parents' deaths, Sirius's imprisonment, my childhood, my eventual murder. You calculated the cost of my life against the benefit of Voldemort's destruction and decided the math worked out. The calculus of war is not something you get to apply to a baby. Harry's voice was steady. Cold. Not angry, he'd burned through anger weeks ago. What remained was something clearer, harder, and infinitely more dangerous. You put me in a house where I was starved and beaten. You isolated me from the magical world so I'd be malleable. You let Sirius rot in Azkaban because a free godfather would have given me roots. You designed every year of my education to prepare me for a death you'd planned since my first birthday. And when Sirius tried to stop you, you threatened him with the power you'd accumulated over a lifetime of being trusted. Dumbledore said nothing. The Horcrux is out. I'm alive. Your plan is irrelevant. And on Monday morning, the head of the noble and most ancient House of Black will file a formal inquiry with the Wizengamot into your conduct as Chief Warlock and Hogwarts Headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes opened. The blue was very bright, very clear, and very afraid. A formal inquiry, he repeated. 7 charges. Supported by your own letters, in your own handwriting, bearing your own seal. With a demand for pensive memory submission under Section 47 of the Wizengamot Charter. Hermione stepped forward and held up the leather folio. The documents are complete, Professor. 3 copies. 1 for the Wizengamot, 1 for our records, and 1 for the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore looked at the folio. He looked at Hermione. He looked at Harry. And something shifted in his expression, something subtle and profound, like tectonic plates settling into a new configuration. You've thought this through, he said. I've had 2 months to think it through. 2 months that you planned for me to spend grieving and alone and ready to be guided back to the slaughterhouse. That was never, I did not intend, it doesn't matter what you intended. It matters what you did. Harry took a breath. You have a choice, Professor. You can fight the inquiry. You can use your political power, your alliances, your century of accumulated influence to try to suppress it. You might succeed. You're Albus Dumbledore. But the letters exist. The evidence exists. And every day you fight, more people will see it. Rita Skeeter will get a copy. The Quibbler will run it. International papers will pick it up. You can delay, but you can't bury this. Or you can step down. Voluntarily. Resign the Chief Warlock position and the Hogwarts headmastership. Retire from public life. And let the wizarding world have a leader who doesn't think child sacrifice is an acceptable policy option. The room was silent except for the hum of the wards and the soft, steady pulse of the shadow anchor. Dumbledore stood very still. His gaze moved from Harry to the anchor to the books lining the walls, the dark arts texts, the soul magic theory, the forbidden knowledge that had made everything possible. His eyes lingered on soul magic, a forbidden history, and something crossed his face that was almost wistful. Corvinus, he murmured. I met him once, you know. In 1958. A brilliant man. I disagreed with his methods but never with his intelligence. You had him killed. Dumbledore's head snapped up. I did not, the ICW containment action in 1971. You were Supreme Mugwump. The order would have required your authorization. The silence that followed was different from all the others. It was the silence of a man watching the last wall of his self-image crumble. I authorized the retrieval of classified texts, Dumbledore said, very quietly. Not the killing. That was, an operational decision made by the team on the ground. I was told afterward. And you did nothing. To my eternal shame, no. I did nothing. Harry looked at the old man. At the long white beard, the half-moon spectacles, the face that had smiled down at him from the head table at Hogwarts 1,000 times. The face of the man who'd controlled his life since before he could remember. The face of the man he'd trusted more than anyone in the world. He felt nothing. Not hatred. Not forgiveness. Just a vast, clean emptiness where the anger had been, and beyond it, the first faint stirrings of something that might, with time, become peace. Step down, Professor, Harry said. Quietly. On your own terms. Let Minerva take over Hogwarts. Let Amelia Bones take over the Wizengamot. Fight Voldemort in your own way, on your own time, but stop, trying to control the people around you. Stop deciding who lives and who dies. Stop playing chess with human beings. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. And if I do this, if I step down, you will not release the letters. The letters exist and will continue to exist. But if you step down voluntarily, I won't file the inquiry. The public record will show a peaceful retirement, not a scandal. Your legacy stays intact, dented, maybe, but intact. You would grant me that mercy. I would grant the wizarding world stability. It's going to need it, because Voldemort is still out there and the war isn't over. Destroying your reputation right now would create chaos that Voldemort would exploit. I don't want that. I just want you to stop. Dumbledore's eyes glittered. For one terrible moment, Harry thought the old man might cry. He didn't. He straightened his spine, adjusted his spectacles, and nodded once. You've become something I did not anticipate, Harry, he said. Something I could not have designed. And I find, against all expectation, that I am glad. He turned and walked toward the staircase. At the base of the stairs, he paused. Voldemort has 6 Horcruxes in total. The one in your scar was the 6th. I have identified and located the other 5. I will provide you with that information, if you want it. I want it. Then you shall have it. Not because I am trying to manipulate you further, but because the destruction of those anchors is a task that must be done, and you have proven yourself more capable of doing it than I am. He climbed the stairs, slowly, like a man ascending a gallows he'd built himself. At the top, the sealed door opened at his touch, Harry released the ward, and Dumbledore stepped through. The door closed. The wards resettled. The bunker hummed. Harry stood in the training room and breathed. In and out. Slow. Steady. He'll honor it, Hermione said quietly. He has to. If he doesn't, we file. He'll honor it. How can you be sure? Harry looked at the shadow anchor, the contained fragment, the physical proof of everything he'd accomplished. Then he looked at his hands, scarred from blood work, calloused from training, steady as stone. Because I just did the impossible, he said. And he knows that if he pushes me, I'll do it again. Above them, Dumbledore emerged from the maintenance door onto platform 9. The Order members were waiting, confused, disoriented, several of them nursing headaches from the ward effects. Kingsley stepped forward. Headmaster. We're leaving, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, his face composed, his eyes utterly empty of twinkle. The situation has changed. Changed how? Mr. Potter has resolved the matter himself. In a way I did not believe possible. Dumbledore paused on the platform, looking up at the arched ceiling of King's Cross Station, where pigeons circled and morning light filtered through grimy glass. He's rather extraordinary, isn't he? Kingsley looked at him. Sir. Nothing. Come. We have work to do. Different work than I had planned. They left. The platform returned to its normal Saturday morning state, commuters, pigeons, the distant rumble of trains. And 40 feet below, Harry Potter sat down on the floor of his bunker, surrounded by friends, and finally allowed himself to feel what he'd been holding back for 2 months. Not relief. Freedom.